And yeah, here we go. It is the 2nd of November, the first ever Alaboom of the 2016 November. Woo! How's
Yay.
everybody doing?
Unacceptable.
Yay. All right, cool. And I see that Anthony's already wandered off because he's got his X over his. No.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I saw you you muted yourself or something, so I didn't know what was going on.
I had to cough.
You're so professional. How is it? How is everybody doing?
Good.
I think.
I'm watching the World Series.
Somebody asked me because I'm a fan of the Indians if I was going to be upset if they lost, and I was like, no. I don't know. It's so I'm just like completely out of it. I don't care. I think it's like what 5-3 or 6-3 right now.
It's 6-3. The Cubs just did something very disturbing though. So
did they take off all their clothes?
No. So the guy hits a solo home run to start the inning, and gets back in the dugout, and instead of like chest bumping, they actually bumped crotches.
Yeah, good for them. I'm sure, but yeah, I mean, like I don't know, like I said, like somebody asked me, it was like, oh, are you like, I'm like, I guess if the Indians won, I'd be like, yay, cool. But if they don't, I'm not gonna be all like, oh, why? I don't know. It was one of those things where, yeah, it was one of those things where, I don't know. Like I said, I started being a fan of the Indians back in like 1985 or 86 when I got one of my very first ever copies of Sports Illustrated had Joe Carter and Corey Snyder on the front, and there was a story about both of them when they were with the Indians, and I just kind of liked them ever since.
I used to have an Indians ball cap because I liked the movie Major League.
Oh, and then then the movie came out like 3 or 4 years later, and I thought that was pretty cool. And they had a few good teams, and they had a few players that I really liked, and they were horrible for a long time too. But see, back then though, there was a team, and there was the AL East and there was the AL West, and so I was a Twins fan in the AL West, and I was an Indians fan in the AL East, and then they of course made the AL Central and put them both in there. So I'm just kind of like,
God damn it.
Yeah, well, I guess it just I guess I can just double down on who I'd like to see win the division. But I was in the stands in 1991, and I saw Jack Morris throw 10 innings of shutout ball, and I got to see the Twins win the World Series. So yeah, win or lose, don't care. I saw my favorite team win the whole damn thing in person. So. Pretty much, and what's considered to be like one of, if not the best pitching performances ever in a World Series game. I mean, of course, like Don Larson might be a little bit better, but one of the greatest quotes. If you don't know, if for those who don't know, Don Larson, Anthony, what did Don Larson do?
He's the only person to pitch 2 perfect games in the World Series. No,
he pitched a perfect game in the World Series. Nobody's ever done it before.
All right.
He's the only guy who ever pitched a perfect game in the World Series. And then I remember I read read a quote by him. I think he's still alive, but he's old. But I remember somebody said, somebody asked a question, do you ever get tired about talking about your perfect game in the World Series? He's like, hell no, I don't get tired. It was amazing. Let me tell you about it. Which I had to laugh. That's just
only the hardest thing in baseball, and I did it in the biggest thing in baseball, and I'm the only one to do it. Of course, I want to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed it took you this long to bring it up. So let's talk about this for a while. But yeah, so there you go. And yeah, so I mean, and you know what? I mean, the Cubs fans. There's like how many Cubs fans are there that have been following that team their entire lives and they've never seen it? So. You know what? Good for them. Get off the schneid. And then here's the thing, though. And then we can, because like it's been like there's a few sports websites that do this, and they always say that the most tortured sports fan base in America, and it's always Chicago Cubs 1, Minnesota Vikings 2, and now we will claim the number 1 spot, and I can.
Congratulations!
Yes, I can claim that to fame, because I mean that's the one thing I actually do care about, is like actually maybe somehow someday before I shuffle off this coil, I will get to see the Vikings win a Super Bowl. Yeah, there you go. So depressing. But don't even get me started. God, we're horrible. We're such a horrible football team. No offensive line. Did you see that game against Chicago? It was like we couldn't push anybody off the line. We have
And to confirm, he is still alive, 87 years old.
Good for him. I hope he's still telling people about the.
He is. He's kind of like what's his name? Scott Glenn.
Yeah, exactly.
I was on the moon.
Yes. Well, that'd be something you'd want to tell everybody about always, that you were on the moon.
Did you ever see they did it on Big Bang Theory. They made fun of it because Howard went to space and kept talking about it. So his wife.
Well, let me just stop you. If it was on Big Bang Theory,
no.
There's zero chance that I saw it.
So the funny thing is, everyone gets upset because he keeps talking about how he was in space, and she shows him a video of Scott Aldrin giving out Halloween candy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "This is a Milky Way bar. Do you know I was in the Milky Way when I went to the moon? This is a Mars bar. Do you know I've never been to Mars, but I could go if I wanted to. But I did walk on the moon."
That's that'd be what I would say, being able to say that I've been in, you walked on the moon. I mean, that's like you're a pretty rarefied group of people there. I would and according to my brother, there's exactly 0 people who have ever actually walked on the moon. So but then again, that's my brother and his crazy conspiracy theories. So
yeah, I'd wear that on my t-shirt. I walked on the moon. Suck it.
Do you want to tell you? I
even be on my tombstone.
Yes. I walked on the moon, so therefore, anything you say about your cool grandkids, no, not interesting. Let me tell you about what it was like to walk on the moon. Have you ever seen the like the Onion article, and then they did this, the Onion through the ages, and the Onion really isn't as popular as it once was, but Onion through the ages, they had all these like front page scenes or whatever of like these different moments in history, and so they talked about like basically like the Onion had been around for like 200 years, so all these like momentous occasions, and like the man walking on the moon, the giant headline says, "Holy shit, man walks on moon." Just like giant type. If you find it, it's pretty hilarious. I think you can get it as a t-shirt too. I've always thought that'd be a cool t-shirt to own. So, but anyway, hey David, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. You excited to lose to Andy in initials later?
That's not going to happen.
Anthony, you're going to beat Anthony? You throwing down the gauntlet?
Oh yeah, I already did my Hillary Clinton cheating thing, so we're set to go. I've already been fed the questions.
That's what happened when my mouse was moving by itself on my computer screen. So excellent. Well, don't make it too obvious. Like, make sure you get a couple wrong, just right. So. Hey, I forgot to ask. Did Barry? You left early. Did anybody win last week?
No, the closest one was like 3 or 4 points shy with Anthony.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah. So
I think it was Paul with like 6 or something.
We all have to double down here, and so this will be 3 weeks in a row without a winner. So this time, maybe we can throw in a copy of Thieves Market. How about that? So it'll be Flip City, Thieves Market,
6 copies of Jab,
and 6 copies of Jab. No, Thieves Market.
Let's be nice. 5 copies of Jab.
5 copies of Jab. And Harbor, Flip City, and there you go. So, Everybody here but Barry and Anthony are going to BGG-Con, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
David, are you lugging all your camera equipment with you, or are you just going in to have fun?
Well, considering I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't decided that yet. I was thinking about that today. I probably am not going to lug it all unless I have a very specific reason to.
But how are we going to take it if you don't bring it with you?
Well, that would be. I mean, that's a very specific reason right there.
Yeah.
Right?
I was thinking about that today. I was like, I should probably bring some stuff with me, but man, I just don't want to bother. I just want to go there and be able to play games and not think about having to do anything else. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Work in the booth.
Yeah, I gotta work. I gotta do a little boothing, but for the most part, it's not that intense for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going as Academy Games, so I'm gonna help Columbia Games a little bit, but other than that,
yeah. Well, plus you're the official guest of Tasty Minstrel as well. So
I'm the official guest.
yeah, of Tasty Minstrel. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to convince you to come over and like play a game of Yokohama at our booth or something, just so we can show it off to people. Because I'm
the official roommate of Tasty Minstrel.
That's true. That is true. Oh, hey, by the way, you got to figure out what 1/3 of the.
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. In that message, like 2 minutes after you asked.
Oh, I didn't see it. So I can get the boss man to cut you a check or send you some PayPal monies or something, so you can to pay.
48,000 copies of Jazz.
See, nobody.
Bitcoin.
So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, so it was Michael was on the show one night, my boss, and Anthony was grousing about, I don't even know which game it was anymore. What game were you grousing about not having a copy of?
Probably Guilds of London.
Yeah, I think it was Guilds. Yeah, and then
it was Guilds because you promised me a copy and I was still waiting for one.
And
Still?
no, he has one now. I gave him and Paul a copy, so I don't want to hear about it.
No, you gave me a copy. You gave Paul a copy at Thieves Market.
Oh, does that it? Well, if he wants one, let me know. I can get him a Guilds. But all right. So what was I saying? Oh, so Michael said, "Oh, don't worry, Anthony, I'll take care of you," or something like that. And so then a little bit later, he got a shipping notification. And what did you get? You got a copy of inside. You got a copy
of merchandise and Jab.
And a copy of Jab.
And then like a week later, I got another shipping notice. I'm like, oh crap, he's sending me another copy of Jab.
And then what'd you get that time?
What was that time? I don't even remember.
A punch in the nose. All right. Well, here's the moment where we pretend that we're a board game podcast thing, and we talk about if anybody's played any new games lately, or like heard about a game that interested them lately, or something along those lines.
I played games.
Well, tell us about a few or two, and then maybe we can have a discussion
I
about
played Feast for Evode.
Like 47 times already.
Okay, I played Cottage Garden as well.
Does that look as boring? Is it as boring as it looks?
I don't know. I'd say it's boring. Do you like the game Patchwork?
Next.
So, if you like Patchwork, you might like Cottage Garden better. I do. It's kind of like Patchwork. You could play up to 4 players. But I mean, it's building your own little Tetris garden. I find it enjoyable, but it is not heavy in any way, shape, or form.
So it's like the supreme version of the Tend Your Own Garden game, because it's about tending your own garden.
Yeah, it pretty much is. I mean, you're literally tending your own little garden. It's very simple, though. But I think it's fun.
Anything else? No, you didn't play?
No, nothing else new.
All right. But would you, I mean, is it so? Why? I mean, is the reason why people are getting excited about it is because it's like coming from this like really small print company, and people are worried that they won't be able to get a copy, or what do you think? Where do you think?
I think because it's a Rosenberg, and a lot of people like Patchwork, and it gives a similar vibe without the economic portion of the game of Patchwork, where you have to worry about your buttons and the time and all that. This is everyone's going to take the same number of turns. Everyone's going to select one piece of their puzzle, and you're going to try to build your best little puzzle piece garden that you can. And it's got an interesting scoring mechanism to it.
Is there any interaction between the players at all?
Absolutely none, other than they may take a piece you want. That's it.
So, like, the interaction would be most likely completely unintentional.
Exactly. You might take something that, I just can't let him have that piece, so I'm going to take it, even though it's not the best piece for me to take. But
nobody does that.
A lot.
Nobody does that.
Oh, I do that, but
no, I don't.
No, it is a 10-year-old garden.
How do people? I mean, I don't know. Why do people like that? I guess I don't know. Why do people? I don't know. I mean,
because not every game has to fry your brain to be something you can sit around the table and play with your friends and enjoy it. And some people like putting together puzzles. I really like Tetris. So
then go buy a puzzle and put it together. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is more fun. It's more interactive. You can do it more than
I thought it wasn't interactive.
Yeah, make up your mind.
No, it's not interactive that way, but you're still sitting around the table having fun with people. You're still competing.
All right. Fair enough.
There's a lot of games where you're competing.
I guess. I obviously there's a market for that stuff, but I don't get it. I don't understand it.
So I assume you hated the game Karuba, because that is the ultimate 10-year-old garden game, I think.
I'm just gonna withhold.
You cannot tend to garden more than Karuba, where everyone gets the exact same thing and could literally copy each other.
I will. Yeah, I don't know. I will reserve judgment on Karuba at this point. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Anybody else play anything new or cool or interesting?
I played J'accuse for the first time.
J'accuse,
which is an interesting little social game. It was actually quite fun. And then I didn't play it. I played Neverwar, but I didn't play it new. I played it with the expansion.
Which one?
Nevermore.
Okay.
And Nevermore in itself is, it's a pretty light card drafting game, and I use that term loosely. But when you add the expansion to it, it actually gives it a bit more depth, and I don't really ever see playing it again without the expansion. So if you have Nevermore, it's worth it to grab that expansion. I don't think I got to play anything else new, but I did get new games in the mail.
What'd you get?
I got Orphan Black, the card game.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And then I got The Godfather.
The Godfather.
I played that this weekend.
Did you?
Yeah.
How was it?
It's I want to play it again, but as I said on Twitter, what are you doing? Are you taking a crap?
I'm doing The Godfather.
I got Tortuga.
Yeah, on Twitter, I said, somebody asked me how The Godfather was. I said, I'd like to play it a couple more times before I pass judgment, but it didn't suck. So,
yeah.
I got Junk Art.
Did anybody here ever? You ever watch the Animaniacs, right?
Oh yes.
So the pigeons,
good feathers.
Remember when I forget what the Godfather was. It was like the Pidge Father or something like that. Did you ever see when they actually the Godfather pigeon was on there?
Don't remember it.
And literally whenever he would say anything to him, it would just be like, and it's like yes, Pidge Father or whatever it was. Yeah, and then you just couldn't understand what he was saying. But yeah, never mind. If you hadn't seen it, I'm just gonna shut up.
I played Great Western Trail.
Oh,
What
really?
You asked.
Yes.
How'd you get a hold of that?
Well, it's one of the guys who went to Essen brought it to the local convention that I went to this past weekend.
All right, so lay it on us. Give us your. Tell us how the game is played, and tell us what you thought of it.
All right, so it's got a Kalis-like feel with the movement because you are basically moving on the board tile to tile. So there are some neutral tiles that start on the board that are locations that are randomized that give you actions when you go. Some of those actions would be to build your own buildings on there. You are the only one who could take actions on your building. You could force someone onto your building and they have to basically do nothing. If there are some of your buildings that have, and some of the buildings, the tiles that are there have a hand on them. So if it has a hand and you even pass over the tile, you have to pay money. So you either pay it to the person who owns the tile or you pay it to the bank if it's one of the neutral. There's lots of things you can do to get points. It sort of feels like a Feld in that way. It has a really interesting way that it keeps track of the game as far as turns go. So what you're doing is you start with a hand of cards. Everyone has the same deck of cards. And it's cattle. And you are moving your way to the train station to sell them. And when you sell them for the points that are on the corner of the cards, but you can never sell two of the same kind of cattle. So everything in your hand you reveal when you get to Kansas City to ship it out, and you are going to then, you're going to sell them, and along the way you acquire more cattle, but every time you go and sell them, you take more of these little tiles. Well, you get money, but you take more of these tiles and you place them on the board, and that's what advances the time in the game. So the more times you go and each person goes and sells cattle, the quicker those tiles come out, and the quicker the game can actually go. So this game actually went pretty quick because I was just running through and selling cattle, and I was always turning over top amount. Now, when you sell the cattle, not only do you get money, but there's like a track on the top that goes on the top and the side of the board, which is the train that drives the cattle to California. And depending on how much you sell for, you can take one of your discs off of your board, which will give you another action that you can take. And you cover up a spot along the track. So you want to be able to sell more cattle at higher prices so you can fill in more of those spaces. There are objective cards that you'll get to things that will let you score points at the end of the game if you complete them. What's cool about those is if you can take them and they go into your deck. So when they come up in your hand, you can play them for free out to the table. But once you play them out to the table, if you don't achieve them by the end of the game, you actually get negative points. So you have to decide, do I want these objective cards to be clogging up my deck? Because I can only hold so many cards in my hand, which is going to determine how many cows I can sell. Or do I put them out on the table because either I've already achieved it or I'm pretty sure I'm going to achieve it. So that track thing on the top is a lot like the factories in the bottom of the Russian Railroads board. You progress along that track because that's going to give you bonuses for progressing along there. But the fact that you're playing the disc off of your player card, which is going to reveal additional options for you. The other thing about the game is when you go to tiles and there's certain things you can do, you need to have certain cards in your hand in order to get them. So one will be like if you have the number 2 white cow in your hand, you can discard it and get something for it.
Interesting.
But I like it a lot.
There is a full playthrough of the game hosted by John Gets Games. If anybody's interested in it, I watched that. It's really well done. So it's right up there on my most wanted to play games.
Well, I mean, and that's one that that Stronghold's bringing over, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's the new Fister game. So
Yeah. I also got to play Ave Rome. Or Ave Roma? I don't know what the name is called.
Yeah.
It was on Kickstarter. It comes to one with the round board.
Oh, okay.
So let me just say, this game, it's worker placement, but it's very interesting worker placement. So everyone's starts the game with 5 workers, and they're numbered 1 through 5. and you can only play certain numbers in certain places of the board. Based on the number, though, you'll get multipliers on things. So what's the interesting part about it is after everyone has played all their workers in a round, in reverse turn order, workers back. So everyone has workers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the first round. But if you take back from the spot where everyone took coins, you may have 5, 5, 4, 4, 4 as your workers for the next round. So you're basically pulling the workers back, and you have to determine what it is you want to do in the next round that comes up before you decide which workers you're taking back. Because there are cards that are in different areas of the board that you can take that are like different buildings. And the lower the number you play, so the 1 has access to all of the cards, but the 5 only has access to 1 card in that display. So yes, you want to have the 5 if you want to get the a lot of coins, because you'll get 2 times the number of the worker, so you get 10 coins for that. But you're very limited on which cards you can pick up. If the board is 2-sided, and it's not for anything different than the graphic design on it, the one that looks pretty is very hard to play on. It's just too busy and it's too hard to see things. The side that's not as pretty works much better. And never play that game with 5 people.
Too long?
The problem with the 5. This is the problem with the game with 5 players. With 5 players, inevitably, the first couple of rounds, everyone is taking their first worker and their first action to get coins, because money's kind of tight.
I hate that when you have games where it's like the obvious choice is obvious.
Right. It's not just that. It's the fact that you can't not take it the first round because it's not going to be there for you.
So why don't games like that just give you some, those things, that bugs me when that happens.
I mean, if you have enough money at some point to get in the engine in the game, you don't have to go there. I mean, also depending on what you're taking back, because there were a few turns where I didn't go. I mean, I would take one 4 worker or 5 worker back when I took the workers back, but I was taking all the 1s and 2s, so I would have access to where I wanted to go. The other thing is there's like these 5 levels that you can move up on, and you were trying to advance on those tracks. And the cool thing about that is there's a tracker track next to it. So at any point, if that tracker gets up to like level 4, but you're up at level 7, at the end of the game, everyone slides back down. So the most you're going to score is 4, even if you moved all the way up on that track. So you want to get that balance of getting the pacer up as high as your score is going to be. But I liked it. It's a really good game, just not with 5 people.
There's a lot of games like where I'm always like, one of those where you're like too many people. It just makes the game last too long. Like I said, like I played Belfort with 5 people like 4 or 5 years ago, and I have never played it again. I was just kind of like it ruined it for me for whatever reason. And so I mean, the last time I played Caverna, we did something stupid and played like a 7-person game at Caverna, and I wanted to murder the people at the table so the game would be over quicker.
That's a dumb thing to even contemplate doing, though.
Yes, it is.
I mean,
It was
why
one of
don't
those
you
things.
just grab vice grips and yank your pubic hair out? I mean,
I won. I won the game though.
Nobody was a winner in that situation.
Except for me, because I had the most points.
You may have most points, but you lost a lot of your life.
Yes.
There's only a handful of games that actually are better with the high count of people in them.
Yeah.
Well, like name a game that's good with like the full complement.
The Game of Thrones board game.
Well, that's because you have to. You have to have that.
No, you don't have to.
Well, it isn't any fun with less, because then you end up with somebody that's right next to a bunch of like the neutral territories, and they just can go in there and run ragged over them. So I mean, yeah, I think that.
Do you know how you stop that?
You cut out that part of the
Well,
Play
you're
better.
not. That's why I like you. But yeah, there you go. I don't know what else. I mean, David, you play anything new? No, we already asked you, David. Never mind. Skipping David.
No.
Barry, what about you?
No, I missed Beer Mongers this week.
You did?
Yeah, something came up.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Two blown vertebrae.
Ugh.
Lucky vertebrae.
Yeah, I know. Being in my fucking existence.
I played Mare Nostrum.
Did you now?
I did,
And
I almost won on the third turn.
really?
So
Yeah, I was playing as Hannibal, and if they had put out two other goods, I would have actually won on turn 3. But there was nothing they could. I couldn't. I mean, they could have jerked me out of it too. But it was mathematically impossible for me to trade enough goods on that turn to get it. And then that was it. They all ganged up on me, and then that was the end of my run. But
what was the max player count on that one?
With
we
or without?
played with 6. I think it's 6
Yeah, but what is it?
with the expansion.
With the expansion, yeah.
Okay, all right. Jamie was telling me he played a game with that, and it wasn't that bad with that player count. He was saying.
No, that's not a long game in general.
I'm trying to think. I played a game called Knowledge, the game, which like is like probably not the best name for the game, but it was a deck builder I didn't hate. I actually really enjoyed it because it's instead of like the word knowledge vent, it was like basically arcane knowledge, and so each person is like taking on the role of a sage or a wizard or somebody that's like trying to gather not so much like magical knowledge anymore, but they're trying to gather like knowledge of like different races and like different monsters, like castles and citadels and things like that. And so as they gather up this knowledge, they gain access to these like knights and paladins and priests and orcs and what have you. And they actually get to use those cards to attack the other players. And it's like, you'll have a card that'll be like a troll. And the troll will it uses different terminology, but the troll will have like +2 money and then +1 buy on it. But in order for you to actually get the +2 money and +1 buy, you have to send it out and have it attack the other players. And it has to successfully attack all of them and then come back to you. And then you get the bonus for it. And so it's like, so you'll send it out and then it has a power and then the other players have to decide how they're going to react to the troll. So like if they can attack, they can play one of their own monster cards and attack back. And so and if they fail, then like they have to discard the card that was in their hand that they could have used on their turn. They don't get to draw another card, so they lose that card. If they win, they get a mana stone, which is just basically an extra like money when it comes up their turn for winning. And then you actually then stop the attacks, so like that person can't go any further. But you might want the monster to keep attacking because you want him to attack the other people as well. So maybe like if you have a card that you just want to discard instead, like you can just say, okay, fine, I'll just discard a card because when you get attacked, that's what it causes you. So like maybe you'll discard like a low money card, and just so it can keep going. But you can have other cards in your hand like traps and stuff like that you can play when you get attacked, and you can do that. Plus, you can build like castles and things like that to defend yourself from the attack. So that it isn't just like a constantly you can't do anything while you're getting attacked. And normally, like your number of actions limit how many attacks you can do with those cards. So in case like you might have a monster that gives you an extra action, but it has to actually go and succeed in all the attacks before you get to actually play it and get that action. Then you can attack with something else, and so on and so forth. So it was pretty. I mean, I was like, just because of the fact that you were actually like affecting each other, and it actually made you kind of have like interesting decisions when you actually were getting attacked by some rampaging ogre or whatever. I actually really enjoyed it. Supposedly I get my my prototype of Mythic Battles here either tomorrow or the next day, so I'm looking forward to playing that. And that they're already at like $350,000 or something in the old. Yeah, they're just crushing it.
I backed it.
Well, did you get in the early bird or no?
No.
But yeah, it's like $99. And they're gonna have things to like extra buys that you can get, but $99. They're definitely going the whole cool mini or not process. Where it's like $99 and you get to tons of minis and just like a big giant box of stuff. I mean, there's really no reason not to do it. Honestly, I mean, if you like, well, I mean, if you hate that type of game, then yeah, there's reason not to. But if you like those types of games, there's no reason not to, in my opinion.
Hey, Shadows of Brimstone, $646,000 already.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing they said that they would never do another Kickstarter until they had produced and made all the other. Oh wait, we're still waiting, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
You are.
What?
You are. The rest of the world already has it.
Well, no, I mean, like they haven't produced all the stuff yet that they promised. So it's and isn't this stuff like you said it's like a Japanese theme or something like that?
Yeah, well, they had teased it and said they were going to do something with an Oriental theme, and they had mentioned something that you can mix the two together, kind of like the Shanghai Noon stories and stuff like that. But it's not. It's like feudal Japan. They set it in, which is nothing to do with Shanghai Noon.
Yeah, I
mean, the stuff looks cool, but I really have no interest in it anymore.
Well, I mean, it's one of those crazy things where it's like, I wonder if I'm ever going to see it all, But maybe I will, maybe I won't. The weird thing is that I went in on it with another person that I don't even know. And so I'm just relying on this person to send me this stuff. And I have no reason to believe that, like, he won't. I mean, he's been very upfront and very... like communicative as far as like the stuff and when it shows up and whatever. But I mean, it's just kind of like he could just stop sending it and I just wouldn't know and probably end up not caring at all. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at this point, at this point, the crazy thing is that once I get all of it, if I wanted to turn around and sell it, nobody's going to want it. Because there isn't any exclusive stuff in it, is there?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that'll be non-exclusive soon enough at some point. Anyway, but oh well, what do you do? Yeah. Oh hey, I got these in the mail today. Ugh. The myth expansions that have been like going to be sent or going to be made forever and just haven't done whatever, which I'm excited about.
Is that the Kickstarter they did so you can get an actual rulebook to be able to play the original game?
Well, you can download the PDF. Let's be fair. So, but yes, so the actual rulebook that actually makes sense. That's yes. What an awful thing that was. But you know what? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Is that what they say?
Yeah. All right.
I don't know.
I got to play Indonesia finally.
What do you think?
I liked it. I made 2 mistakes in the game. One was a rule error that no one even caught me doing it. I was hurting myself. It wasn't that I was helping myself. I was basically just literally crippling myself the entire game. When you do the expansion after you ship, I was paying for it. You don't have to pay for it then.
It's been so long since I played it.
Yeah. So there's the expansion phase where you can choose to expand your businesses or your shipping route or whatever, and you pay for whatever the goods cost. So the ship you pay the 10 for each ship you add out, or you add whatever 20 for each grain field you build, and you get to do it again after you ship, but you do it for free. And I was actually putting the money back in, so I was shipping, getting money, and then paying most of it right back to the bank. And no one realized I was doing it until like the next to last term when I went to do it. And the guy's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm paying to expand." He's like, "No, you don't pay to expand." I was like, "Oh, okay, well." It's weird, the whole idea of, I have the shipping company and Keith has a shipping company and Lance buys it out from underneath both of us. Is a really interesting concept.
Yeah. I mean, Indonesia was one of those games where I remember somebody saying it was the most normal of Splotter games that exist. Like it wasn't, and I think that might have been changed now. I mean, I think possibly, Zimbabwe or whatever might be more normal. Well, actually, no. I mean, the most recent one, the
Food chain.
Food chain is probably the most accessible one.
Yeah,
and that's taken over for Indonesia. But yeah, Indonesia was like, and obviously like the two archaic ones that everybody like talks about, of course, are Antiquity, which is a great game. I've played it twice, but it is so obtuse. I mean, it's just like, yeah, I don't know, and Roads and Boats.
Yeah. So the new edition of Indonesia and Great Zimbabwe are, one of them is shipping now, and the other one's going to be shipping in a couple weeks. But the funny thing about that is in Indonesia, when you play the original one, there's these little chits that represent all the goods. So when they're in your field, you keep them on one side, and you flip them over. So they upgraded it for the new edition and put cubes in. So there's 2 different size cubes. One represents it's shipped, because when you ship to the cities, each city based on its level can only take like 1 of each kind of good or 2 of each kind of good. So they added 2 different size cubes, but the rule book says to use the larger cubes for the fields, and then the smaller cubes when you ship. And they realized after they had the cubes made that the big cubes really don't fit in the spaces on the map.
Really?
So they basically just put a thing on their website telling everyone, just switch it. It's fine. You have the same number of cubes. Just switch them around. Use the small ones on the board and the big ones when you ship. But
yeah, I mean, it's what Splotter. And did you guys see that like the Frager brothers didn't have a game this year?
Right.
Yeah.
well, didn't they last like 2 like fail?
No, well, they what was it, like the dog sledding sequel game or whatever, and like nobody really cared about it.
Mush is good.
Well, that's his maybe. I'm just saying that nobody really cared about it.
I think that one did okay. It's the ones after that did less decent. The Dragon Flame or whatever it is, where you're telling the story with the dragons. You have the little fireball tower. That's the first one I bought, and it's
and that Gnome
okay.
You didn't or whatever.
Then the Gnome You Didn't with the giant stupid box last year.
Yeah, that was the first one where I just said normally I would just buy them, just be like, okay, I'll buy it, just because.
Yeah, I had actually pre-ordered that one and canceled it when I saw the box.
Yeah, I saw it and I was just kind of like, this looks dumb.
But
So I was just
I think
like,
they're they pushed it out to do something, then try to do something better this year. But I think it's going to be stupidly overproduced too.
Well, that's what they're known for.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was just dumb. I mean, flat out dumb. But what do I know? I'm not a designer.
Yeah, what do you know?
Not much. I don't know.
But you know you love me?
Well, I love you like a brother, yeah. I don't know much.
So
Who is that?
Aaron Neville.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we're waiting for Rhiannon to show up so she can be a part of the thing. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna do the tough 5 questions. But I was thinking about actually asking you guys like morality questions. Remember that game Scruples? That was like a thing back in like the 80s. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then like I always thought it was cheap that you could answer it depends, because it was just like like the questions are always just like, it's like, would you steal your neighbor's newspaper if you were sure he was the one that, stole your lawnmower or something? Well, it depends, just like, oh, shut up. I always hated that. I was like, yes or no, just like, picking one way or the other. But, so I thought maybe we'd stir things up a little bit, and I was going to ask you some basic morality questions, and also we can just find out whether or not you people are jerks or not. So, yeah, okay, all right. So, all right. So imagine like your good friend is gonna get married. Okay, your good friend's getting married, and like you've met his I'm assuming a dude, but if your good friend is a woman, fine, whatever. Or even if it's a dude and it's another dude, who cares? But anyway, so the person they're going to marry seems like a super, super awesome, super nice person. You've got nothing against them whatsoever. So like a few days before the wedding, you're out and you see the person they're marrying like making out with somebody else at like in like some bar or something like that. Obviously, not being faithful to your friend. Do you tell them what you saw, thereby ruining their wedding or whatever, or do you keep it to yourself?
I would ask the question first about the type of relationship that they have. Because if they have an open relationship, it might be entirely cool.
It isn't an open relationship.
Well, then yes, I would tell them.
Oh.
Yeah, I tell.
You tell?
Yep.
Just even if you would like you'd forever just be known as the person that ruined their wedding.
So I ruined their entire lives by letting it go forward and wait for them to get a divorce.
Yeah, really.
No, that's smart.
I've ruined a lot of shit in my life. A wedding is the last thing I'm worried about.
Oh, see, I forgot that you're like yeah.
Financial?
Well, no, I just you're just you have a bit of a sociopath when it comes to like certain situations or what have you. So I mean, but no, that's cool. That's
I
cool.
don't give a shit anymore.
What?
I just don't give a shit anymore.
Well, I mean, you must care somewhat, but it just like overall you're overloaded with not caring as much, correct?
Well, I mean, at some point in life, you come to realize that you're never going to make everybody happy, so be yourself.
What about you? Okay, go ahead.
I mean, that's it. I mean, I don't, every situation's different, and I judge it based on the situation. So, if I have a friend and I think that they're getting totally screwed by somebody, and I know that that's not the way they operate, then yeah, I'm going to tell them it. Whether or not it breaks their heart or whatever doesn't matter, and they might be pissed at me for 6 months, but 6 months later they'll come around and say, I'm glad you said it.
I think I'll keep going.
I was just say, you just can't be that worried about upsetting people. You know, you just can't. It just doesn't make any sense. Either you're doing the best thing for them or you're not. And you know, if they're mad, they're mad. Eventually, they'll get over it, or they should get over it if they're an adult.
Fair enough.
I think the harder version of your question, Lance, is you see your friend out screwing around. Do you say anything to him?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Spinning around. What do you guys do in that situation then?
I'd confront them.
Say, what the heck is your problem? You know, I had a situation where, and this isn't me, so don't. This isn't like I had a good friend who. No, it was so like guy that, I mean, it wasn't my friend. It was a friend of a friend type of situation. Was always out at the bar with us, and you know, we're doing our thing or whatever. And you know, I mean, nice enough guy. I didn't have anything personally against him in any way. But he was really, really good friends with a buddy of mine. They had been roommates for a long time, and then he knocked up this lady, and they got married, and they had a couple of kids, and they're doing their thing. And he had like 2 or 3 jobs, and like one of the jobs he worked at was kind of a part-time job, but like the people at his part-time job would always come out to the bar and drink with us and party and whatever. And so there was one girl that always came out that was in this group, and it was really, really obvious that this one guy that, you know, the fridge guy, one of his coworkers really, really liked her, but he was just really awkward. He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't, you know, put it together or whatever. And so, but ultimately, it was just one of those things where like you could kind of tell something weird was going on between the friend of a friend and this girl, the guy that was married, and you were just kind of like, yeah, they're kind of a little bit too chummy. But then again, you're also like in the situation where you're just like, yeah, it's not my business though. So I'm just, I'm not as, and well, they ended up, of course, like as the truth will out, it was he was actually then. It was discovered like he was cheating on his wife with this chick, and they just kept it hush hush, and nobody said anything, and nobody was any the wiser or whatever. And but eventually, like the friend that he worked with, who like his part-time job, found out about it, and that guy was so mad that he had like taken this girl that wasn't his anyway. Like he just really wanted to go out with her, but she was sleeping with him. He said, either you have 1 hour to tell your wife, or I'm going to tell her. And I was like, it was like everybody, and I remember everybody was talking about what a jerk that guy was, and I was just kind of like, well, why is he the jerk? You know, it was just like, it's this idiot's fault for screwing around with the married girl in the first when he's married, but I don't know. It was a weird situation. It was really odd. And I found out that a lot of people knew about it, and they were friends with the guy's wife, but they didn't say anything to her. It was just kind of like they'd all just kind of removed themselves from the situation and just didn't say anything to anyone about it. It's, I don't know. See, that's why I asked that question, because I remember, at what point is it okay for you to step in and be the person that gives the information, kind of thing?
Well, I think that, a lot of people think they have the right to speak into people's lives they barely know, and that's not appropriate. If it's a really good friend, somebody you hang out with all the time, and you have, general discussions about life in general, I think you're probably okay to step in. But for me, it's more about how do they live their life. If they're somebody who's constantly judging somebody else about how they live their life and making comments about it, and then I see them doing that, that's when I'm going to confront them about it. If they're people who, aren't very judgmental and they don't get off on making fun of other people or judging them or whatever, then, I may or may not say something about it at that point. It just depends. If I don't really know you, I'm not going to say anything to you.
All right. Fair enough. Anthony, what's your opinion? You haven't said anything.
This is a weird thing, because I would actually not tell them, but I would make the person tell them, because I would tape it on my phone and walk over and go, "Hey, Mary, how you doing?" because obviously, I guess Mary would know that I was friends with whatever his name is.
Gotcha.
And make them do it, and then if they come clean and he's okay with it, or if it was a guy and then my friend is the girl and she's okay with it, then that's their business. But it's one of those things where you could say, "Oh, I saw Mary making out with some guy in the bar," and she's like, "Oh, I wasn't in the thing," and then you look like a jerk. You have to let them see it with their own eyes, or let the other person say it, because at that point it's he said, she said, and then you always run that thing of he doesn't believe that happened, and now all of a sudden he questions your friendship and why you're trying to stop him from marrying this woman that he loves or whatever. So
yeah, fair enough. All right then. Anybody else have anything? Barry, what did you think?
What he said.
What he said?
I thought they were going to keep on the action.
All right. So, another interesting side note. You just made me think of something. So, there's this guy I worked with forever, and at my old job, and he talked about this girl that he was dating, and they had been dating seriously. They were engaged, being married, and he always talked about it was like some weird braggadocio comment or whatever, where he talked about his very first date ever. The girl said she came over to his apartment or whatever, and they were going to watch the movie Stripes, but instead they ended up in the sack together, and then on the very first date, and so then that was their comment all the time. It's like, hey, you want to go watch Stripes or something like that, and so fast forward, and I've never met this girl in my life, right? Fast forward about 9 months later, he's engaged to be married and everything like that, and I'm at a bar and I'm just drunk, and I see him talking to this girl, and of course you can see this coming from. I assume this is his fiance, and they're all sitting there cozy and being all touchy feely, and I walk over and I was like, oh, looks like it's a Stripes night, huh? And the girls look at me like, what are you talking about? And I was like, oh crap. Just
that's a fact, Jack.
And then he looked at me like he wanted me to just explode or something at that moment. He was less than pleased with my antics, but yeah, whatever. What do you do? I don't know. You see an armored truck pull away in an old deserted road, and a bag full of money falls out the bag. What do you do?
Pick it up and catch up to him and give it back, or take it to the bank.
There you go. Even though you knew 100% chance you'd get away with it if you took all the money.
Yeah, with my luck, something bad would happen.
No. I can make up any rules I want. 100% chance. Nobody will ever know.
Oh, I'd still do it.
Aw, look at you. You're a nice guy.
I'd take the bag back too and say, I think you dropped the bag. It was empty when I found it.
I'd take the bag and plant it in Lance's car. Without the cash in it.
These are all excellent answers. And surreptitiously deposit $1,000 into one of my accounts somehow. Just to really throw everybody out there. What'd you do with the other $17,000, Mikester? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Where do all these board games come from? People don't send them to you.
I think I've asked this before. What Barry? You keep the money or you give it back?
I'd probably give it back. Just cause.
How you couldn't catch up to him? You with your back?
Hey, you guys drop something. Hey, fuck you guys. You guys, you drop something here. I'll get your fucking bag of money, you guys.
Good stuff. I don't know. Okay, here I'm going. I wrote down a bunch of these. My wife suggested some as well, so I'm trying to pick out good ones here.
Those must be the really moral questions.
No, I mean, you guys. I mean, this is a total aside. Did you guys ever like read about? And I'm sure you did if you went to college, you took any kind of low level psychology course. Did you ever read about that experiment they did with they took people, normal people, and they made half of them prisoners and half of them guards.
Yes.
And they actually like really like started to like believe what they were doing and like actually started abusing the prisoners and just being it was I was like I was just thinking about that the other day like that was one of the craziest things I'd ever heard of. Just
hey,
like,
Lance, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Indians just tied the game up.
Oh really?
6-6, bottom of the 8th.
Oh.
2-run homer off of Chapman. All right, continue.
Yeah, well, see this deal. I don't. Either way, however they win, whoever wins, I don't care. I mean, either way, I think it's a good thing, right? It's a perfect situation to be in. No, mark my words. When and if the Vikings ever get into the Super Bowl, they're going to lose spectacularly some way. I mean, I'm going to be just like destroyed by the end of that game. I mean, I just know it. That team is the worst ex-girlfriend of all time. It is the girl that is just waits till you believe before they knock you off the stool once again. No, this time it'll be different. I've really grown as a person.
All right, so back to the Stanford prison experiment.
Go ahead. Anthony, give a background of it, like from what you remember, just so people know what we're talking about.
I remember there being actually a movie about this too, but what they did was they took the students who volunteered, and they made, again, like you said, they made some of them prisoners and some of them guards, and that's pretty much all they told them. You're the guards and you're the prisoners, and you have to. And the ones who were the guards started really getting, quote unquote, into it, and they were beating the students who were the prisoners and locking them up in solitary confinement in rooms for minor stuff, and then eventually they had to move in and shut the whole thing down because it was gotten ridiculous.
And it wasn't that long of a span, time-wise, was it? It was like a month or two, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was a month. It was like 3 or 4 days. Yeah, it was
6 days.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, it was just they were throwing haymakers. Yeah, I mean that's the crazy part was that it didn't take them long at all for them just to kind of snap and decide that they were gonna show someone who's boss and make them that was the crazy part for me was that they were that serious about it and that overzealous as far as their mentalities and their anger over the situation, in which it's that weird mob mentality thing that they hear about. It's like you feel safe in a group. If all of you are thinking this person's a jerk, then you all can be a jerk. And just I don't know. It's one of those odd things, if you will. But read up about that if you never read about it. Read up about it. It's a pretty good read, if you will. But anyway, so what?
Next question.
Next question. All right. Here, hold on. Sorry, I'm looking through my wife and I were discussing these last night. So. All right. No, because this stinks because David's like the worst person to have in this because he's just like he's ever since he has inflection whatsoever after he had like several thousands of dollars worth of things stolen from him. It's just like I know that he's too matter of fact, if you will. Just like like you can say, it's like you're the paramedic and you get called in to save the life of the man you realize his and of course you don't care because you're not married or anything like that, but you don't it's like you find out the guy you're going to operate on is the one who's been sleeping with your wife. Oh, fine, I heal him, whatever, don't care. Next question. Yeah.
I might heal him, but he might pay for it a little bit. I get crazy.
It's not so you still feel. It's just you just do the right thing or what?
Yeah, I try not to let my emotions get the best of me anymore.
And how old are you, David?
I'm 46.
So you're 2 years older than I am.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you actually had your emotions actually get to you? Like they actually
Besides political posts?
Besides political posts still get under your skin?
Not political posts so much as I think people who just will say anything to validate their choice, whether it makes any sense whatsoever or not. I think that kind of bugs me a little bit. But to get under my skin, obviously if you do something towards my daughter, or if you attack a friend of mine, that really gets me. Or if you I get there's people who come after people for no reason whatsoever. I think that probably bugs me more than anything.
All right. Well, here's something that's not a non-moral question. I just early reviews of Doctor Strange are coming back as very, very favorable. Rotten Tomatoes right now is sitting at a solid 90%. If you don't know how Rotten Tomatoes works, Rotten Tomatoes takes an amalgamation of all reviews, and then basically it gives the percentage of how many positive reviews it has as out of the total number of reviews. So 90% of the reviews, and admittedly not many yet, there's because it is in pre-release right now, so it's there's only screenings that people have. So it's getting favorably reviewed right now, very, very favorably.
Rotten Tomatoes is also owned by a movie studio. Just saying.
Well, it is true, but the reviews that get submitted, it is considered to be fairly fairly good as far as because yes, it's owned by a movie studio, but the reviews that they get. They do. It is from a wide swath of information. So I mean, I think it's not a bad deal, so to speak, as far as information. But anyway, so right now it seems to be it's being very favorably reviewed. So do you think then? And then I'm crossing my fingers. Do you think then if it goes over really, really well, could we possibly see? This is what stinks. I was thinking about this. So Netflix is going to do the Defenders show, right?
Right.
And it's going to have 4 people that were never part of the Defenders. Well, I think Daredevil was in one situation, but Iron Fist and Power Man were never Defenders, and I'm almost positive. And Who's Her Face was never a Defender either. Nope. They think Daredevil was. I think maybe at one point. So Doctor Strange is one of the Defenders. Yeah. And so, do you think we could maybe somehow possibly get a Defenders-esque movie with Doctor Strange and
Namor and Hulk?
Well, yeah, I mean, because that was such. Thanks for ruining my.
Well, only because you said it was a 3-year run. They had a 3-year goal, and then they were done with that thing. I don't know that they're shooting past that at this point. I haven't seen any evidence of it anyway.
It was such a good comic book. The Defenders is one of my favorite comic books of all time.
Excuse me, I am checking right now, and Luke Cage was a member of the Defenders.
Are you sure?
The Defenders are the new Defenders that came out in the last 5 years.
He was an associate member of Defenders. Defenders 18 is his first appearance.
Well, fine.
Defenders, I remember, are the original ones all the way up through Hellcat and Damien Hellstorm and
wasn't Gargoyle? Gargoyle was one too, right?
And Howard the Duck.
Howard the Duck was not a member of that. But Namor, Hulk, Doctor Strange, and Silver Surfer. I mean, that was such a weird but cool group, because they were just from all weird walks. So okay, so you're saying no. All right, I accept that. What if? Do you think? And this is a big leap, but do you think it would be ever even possible for us to get the Marvel Illuminati group, which was Xavier, Fantastic,
Namor?
No, Iron Man and Strange. They were they were like this weird behind the scenes, what are we going to do if this type of thing happens kind of thing.
Wasn't Reed Richards in there too?
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic.
And Black Bolt?
Black Bolt, yes.
Yeah, Black Bolt was, yes, too. Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you. So that would be cool. They probably couldn't put the Inhumans in, which is something that would be really cool. Part of the reasons why I'm really excited about Guardians of the Galaxy being so popular is, having the Inhumans would be... I mean, admittedly, it would be probably lose a lot of money because nobody knows who they are or care. But
the Guardians of the Galaxy were either.
True. How cool is it that Kurt Russell is playing his dad?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, did you seen the pictures of it that they've shown?
No.
Yeah, he looks exactly like what's his face? I can't think of
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, but I mean Kurt Russell as if you look up Star-Lord's dad, the
Mr. Star-Lord.
Mr. Star-Lord. If you look up his father, which I'm now, of course, I have to look up his character's father's name, and so then, his
ego
dad, Jason or whatever his name is, but if you've seen the pictures of him, he's actually got the big kind of weird mutton chop sideburns and stuff like that, and just like Kurt Russell looked like in the Hateful Eight, pretty much a little bit more pronounced. But yeah, how cool is that? Pretty cool. I'm just saying that right now. So there you go. What are you gonna do? All right. So what else is cool and new and awesome in anybody's mind? As far as movies coming out. Because I wasn't all that jazzed about Doctor Strange. I was going to go see it, but I was sure they were going to screw it up. And now everybody's all the reviews of it say it's going to be great.
I wonder if that has to do with once they figured out who was going to star, they actually got somebody who wrote a really good script.
I don't know.
I mean, you don't want to waste one of the hottest stars in the world right now with a shitty script. I wonder if they...
Is Cumberbatch still one of the hottest stars right now? I mean, he is dreamy. I'll give you that. But I mean, I don't know.
He's booked solid. So,
Yeah. Fair enough. I don't know. I mean, I'm just. Is he ever going to get so big he won't be in Sherlock anymore? Because that'd make me mad.
Not if they're only going to do 3 or 4 season episodes.
Those are really good too. I love.
It's basically a movie, though. So
That's just the cool
Yeah.
thing about that is like they're kind of doing that whole like kind of weird Game of Thrones thing where like each Game of Thrones episode is kind of like its own little mini movie or whatever.
and it's coming soon, and I'm excited.
Sherlock or Game of Thrones?
Sherlock.
Cool.
Game of
Oh, hey,
Thrones.
there's a question I was going to ask. So, what right now is the best show on TV?
Game of Thrones.
Little Women Atlanta.
Although I hear Westworld is good.
Uh,
I can't say Sherlock because it's too few and far between. I mean, that's not fair when you can take basically a year and a half to do 4 episodes. I mean, that's, you know. I'm going to go with Game of Thrones.
Barry, best show on TV right now.
I think I got to go with Dave on that, the Game of Thrones. No, but even that one's starting to slip. I find a lot of them, especially ones that have been on for multiple seasons, are starting to decline.
Yeah.
Well, we all
Anthony,
get
Anthony,
over it.
what's your real answer?
My real answer, I only watched 2 TV shows.
The
One-
Voice.
One is Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And the other one is Silicon Valley.
And so, which one's better?
Game of Thrones.
I've been watching HBO now, and I've started watching Boardwalk Empire, which is nice because it only has like 5 or 6 seasons, and it was just done.
Yeah.
That's not a bad. That's not a bad show.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Did you watch Oz when Oz was on?
I
HBO.
did, and that was also a good show.
That's an excellent show.
Did you guys watch Carnival?
Yeah, and I was really mad that just ended.
Me too. I thought that was a disappointment.
Oh, I was more upset when they just ended Rome.
There's that too. I don't know. It's weird. It's like it seems like all the. Are you guys watching Westworld on HBO right now?
Yes.
About to start. I haven't started it yet, but once I heard about the orgy episode, I'm all in.
The OG episode. What is
Orgy, he said.
Orgy.
Oh, orgy episode. Wasn't really an orgy in my opinion. It was just
Well, that's what the news reports said. So
yeah.
There's just a lot of naked people.
Yeah, just it's like classic. Yeah. See, okay, I'm not going to give anything away about Westworld, but there's a lot of stuff about it that I'm watching it, and it's drawn me in, and I'm enjoying it. But there are things in it that just, and maybe they'll reveal them, and they'll explain them in the future, and that's fine. I'll wait for that. But as for right now, as far as the congruity of like exactly like how the hosts, which are the robots, are like actually moving about the world, and like it just doesn't make any sense. Keith, are you with me on this?
Yeah, it's like it just time doesn't seem to exist when they don't want it to, so they can tell another part of the story.
Yeah, and maybe there's gonna be an explanation at some point, like
I
as far
doubt
as
it.
how it works. But I'm getting a weird Lost vibe off of this, where they're just doing something because it's cool, and they're not going to bother trying to explain it at all.
Right. Well, we got that Groundhog Day effect going on, and you see it like 6 times, but the actual visitors to the park have been there for like a day. So why have I seen this groundhog sequence 6 times already?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's exactly it.
what you're talking about.
Why am I seeing exactly. Why am I seeing this person's like loop over and over again? I just, and like the whole thing where like you have the like, I don't know, it's weird, and it doesn't seem to make much sense. I don't know.
But I think it's actually getting better as it goes, because the first episode I'm like, eh. The second episode I was still pretty but I'm going to stick with it. And the overarching story at this point is, okay, now I want to know what's going to happen, because there's something bigger here. But at first, it's a long time to try to get you drawn in to give a shit.
Yeah. Barry, you watch anything? Any other shows? Anything cool?
I keep trying to get back to the Night of. And I'm just bad with that, following the show when it's on. The night shift, working the night shift for 9 years will do that. You just don't follow TV. I've been meaning to get back to that though. Um, what else? Westworld, The
Um,
Walking Dead, but even that, like I said, it's on the decline. Even last season, I thought it was.
I'm still enjoying Walking Dead, but I do not like Fear the Walking Dead very much. I watch it to
Yeah.
see kind of the story, but man, you could kill every main character off in Fear the Walking Dead and introduce a new cast the next week, and I would give two shits. Those people do not interest me at all. They are not a compelling group.
Can you shit twice at the same time to be able to give two shits anyway?
I can get, yeah, hell yeah, I can. It's what's coming out of my mouth when I speak, plus what's coming out of my ass. But I look at, without giving spoilers on The Walking Dead, the latest episode they introduced a new location to the show that's been seen in comics and stuff. But I look at it, I'm like, this is a really cool place. I wonder how Rick Grimes' group is going to screw this place up.
well, and so is that show growing stale? Is that why they had to have the big giant? I've had a couple people tell me
the big giant thing was due. I mean, it's from the comics. It's progression of the overall story that exists. I mean, that's what it is.
I'm actually surprised he didn't lose his hand. I thought that was actually coming on the first one.
He still hasn't lost his hand,
No.
losing his hand, or whatever you want to say it. Because that's like something that happened in the show, like almost right away. I mean, it was just like totally there.
Yeah.
Like it was, I mean, not show. I mean, in the comics, it was like the third graphic novel, if I remember correctly. I can't remember, but
Yeah, there's something. I mean, there's some characters that don't even exist. There are some plot line deviations, but this was one. There are some things that they decided to stick with the comics on a few times. So, and I haven't read all the comics, but I pretty much know what happens because I've heard it because it's been out there so long. But I mean, you knew something. You knew what was probably going to happen if you had a clue, and it's the equivalent of Ned Stark. I mean, that's kind of what it was.
and people got very upset about it.
Hell yeah, they did, but it is what it is.
I guess what if like Game of Thrones went like 5 seasons and Ned Stark was like the main character, like a very, very important character, and then they just offed him. I suppose people would get upset about that too.
Yeah.
You mean like the main characters like the end of last season?
Well, last season it was just like, who can we?
Oh, we can't afford next year's payroll.
They just dusted off they dusted off that plate pretty quickly. It was
It's like, hey, we've got this interesting story. Screw it.
Who doesn't want to come back next year? All right, just go to the temple and wait.
Yeah. Who's making too much money? Who pissed off the writers, or who's just bored?
do we have enough money to put a CGI wolf into this scene? No? Okay, then he's not there. Just
So they didn't go with full CGI in Walking Dead for the animal in the last episode. They did animatronics.
yeah.
Plus some CGI. I mean, you could tell it wasn't a real animal, but it still was pretty cool.
What kind of animal?
Well, I don't want to spoil it for everybody.
Fine. I don't watch the show, so that's what I was wondering.
But it's from the comics, but it's
It's an emu.
yeah, it's an emu.
It was a penguin.
Penguin.
Yeah.
That's right.
I always did enjoy the effects from The Walking Dead, because they do have that blend of practical and technical.
Yeah, they do a lot of practical effects, which I got to give them props for. I mean, they got a pretty good budget for that show. That's pretty obvious. I think it's an interesting television show. But like I said, Fear the Walking Dead, not so much. It's boring as crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Hmm.
God, where's Rhiannon? I want to do initials. God, I'm getting excited here.
Are you sure she's coming?
She said she was.
She
You
may have found
believe
something
her?
more interesting to do. She's
Well,
probably watching
so-
the World Series.
So, do we have a winner for the Halloween contest?
Well, that's what I put in the chat to ask you about.
I forgot about it. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, anybody who's listening right now, please go to if you haven't voted, please go to the Facebook group, the Weekly Alaboom, and vote for one of the ghost stories, so we can have our most accurate vote count, and then we can go ahead and we can give away the prizes, if you will, and then we can notify the whiners, if you will, and by whiners I mean winners, of course. And yes, do that right now. And go.
Is anybody doing anything for Extra Life other than Aldi?
I decided not to do it at the official date this year. I'm going to probably do something in January. I'll because you can do it whenever. It's just obviously if you do it on the same day or whatever, it makes it. I had what I thought was okay. So I don't know. Do you guys have any of these like locations like within where you live where people can sign up to be human guinea pigs? Basically, they go someplace and they take drugs for a weekend and they make some money. And then
Vanderbilt,
I don't know what it is. So I got a buddy who works at one of those places. He's like a senior testing professor, facility guy, whatever. And I haphazardly ran into him while I was out and about a month ago. And like he's a big gamer, and like he shows up in games with every once in a while. And we were talking about it. And I was like, I said I don't want to go to the local game store and do it because it gets super crowded. And I had a really bad experience with that last year. It was just I just didn't want to do it. And he was like, well, dude, he's like, just pick a weekend, and I've got like giant conference rooms that we can use in the weekends at this giant facility that they have. And I was like, yeah, let's do that. So like we talked it out, we worked it out, and then of course like right before I'm ready to send out all these invites to all these people to get like 20 people in there and like full Wi-Fi, and I was like figuring out how to do all the streaming and all this stuff. Yeah, basically he was like, we can't do it. He's like just like he looked into a bunch of things and like liability wise and all these things like he just couldn't have people at the place, and it was just like and it would have been perfect because I went there and I looked and there was like these two conference rooms that actually like had doors, two doors on the side, so you could walk between the two conference rooms. You didn't have to go in the hallway. Bathrooms were right there. There was a fridge in each room. It was just giant tables. It would have been just absolutely perfect, and I was really looking forward to it. And I was just totally a rug pulled out from underneath me, and we were unable to do it. So, and then after that happened, I was just kind of like, you know what, just to heck with it. I'll just have a thing where I have like 5-6 of my friends over to my house some night in January, and we'll just all, do it here, or whatever. Hey, are any of you guys going to go to the Daryl Andrews thing up in whatchamadig, Canada?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No.
Daryl Andrews has it's some like Mennonite camping place or something. But like they have these giant cabins where you can play games for like 3 straight days.
We weren't invited.
It's not. It's you don't have to be invited. You can just buy a ticket and you can go.
I wasn't invited.
All right, fine.
Bottom of the ninth. Here we go.
Wow.
They got out of the jam, huh?
You got out of the jam. Yep.
What was the jam?
Yeah, runner on third.
Runner on third. With 1 out. Then the guy tried to bunt, sort of squeeze bunt and tipped it foul, and he was out. And then the guy drove one up the middle, but the shortstop came over and scooped it up and threw him out. Bottom of the ninth.
Well, if anything, it'll be a very well remembered World Series, right? And that's what matters.
I mean, it's always good when a game comes down to, right at the end of regulation, tied up.
Yeah, you wouldn't want this game to be like 10-1 or something. And you're just like,
you don't want to blow out for this historic game.
We've had so many World Series where they were like going back and forth, and then it gets to a game 7 or even a game 6, and it's like 8-0. It's like, all right, well, that's no more fun anymore.
I remember like in the '91 World Series, like all of the games were like decided by one run or like in extra innings or things like that, except for like Game 6 where like Atlanta just blew out the Twins. It was like 9-2 they won, and then like everybody was like, Game 7 we're gonna lose. But yeah, it was of course the Twins won 1-0, but what are you gonna do except for be very happy that what seems like now forever ago the Minnesota Twins won a World Series, but of course not as forever ago as the two teams that are playing now.
No, it's only been 20, 25 years for the Twins.
Well, 91, so yeah, 25 years. 25 years, man. That's a long time.
Well, Kirby punted.
Oh, don't even. That just still makes me sad. Yeah. Kirby Puckett. Yeah, I mean, the starting lineup was Dan Gladden, Chuck Knobloch, Kirby Puckett, Ken Herbeck, Mike Pagliarulo. Mike Pagliarulo. Well, actually, no. He did bat fifth. No. I'm sorry. Shane Mack batted fifth. And then Mike Pagliarulo was batted seventh. And then it was, who was our right fielder again? I can't remember. But I remember Greg Gagne batted ninth. He was like my favorite Twin, their shortstop. Greg Gagne. He had a lot of G's in his name. But starting pitchers were Jack Morris. I can't remember these people's names. Save my life.
The right fielder was Shane Mack.
Shane Mack, yeah. Left
Chili
fielder was
Davis.
Chili Davis. That's right. Chili Davis batted cleanup. The switch hitter, DH. He had more power from the right side than the left. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, come on. Who are your pitchers?
Jack Morris. That's the easy one. The closer,
Former Met.
Rick Aguilera.
The old man.
The old man. Well, that was Jack Morris. He was old.
The other old man.
The other old man.
Steve
Bedrosian. That's right. Steve Bedrosian.
And Denny Nagel.
Denny Nagel. Yeah, he was. We wanted to have him start. Then we traded him for John Smiley the next year. But I'm trying to remember the guy who the second our number 2 starter. He was like Kevin Tapani. Kevin Tapani. Taparoo.
You had Scott Erickson on that team, too.
That's right. That was when he went 20-8. He had like the first half of the season. He just was unhittable, and then he blew out his arm, and turns out he was just literally throwing his arm out with almost every pitch, and ruined his career. But he did pitch a no-hitter like 2 years later, so he had that going for him, I guess, too. So,
all right, wait. I just looked this up. So your starting pitchers were Jack Morris, Kevin Tapani, Scott Erickson, Alan Anderson, and David West.
And David West was horrible. He was like this left-hander that could throw 95 miles an hour, and that's it. Everything was just straight as an arrow. Like you did no cut, no curve on it whatsoever. It was like just he was one of the only people I ever saw Tom Kelly pull midway through an at bat. Like he threw 10 straight balls, and they weren't even close to the plate. They were like right out of Major League. Ball 4, ball 8. Like the second pitch of like
just a bit outside.
there you go. Like and like after he like threw one up there that was like 10 feet in the sky or whatever, he went right out and just pulled him immediately. He's like, "You go sit down."
Whoa!
What?
Oh, no, it's one down the line.
You're so excited.
Hey, walk-off homer if we're World Series. That would have been big. Doesn't happen too often.
I mean, that is true. I mean, well, Joe Carter did it, I guess, right?
That's the only one.
Did Gibson do it?
No, not
the final game. Not the final game.
Not the final game.
Though that one knocked so much air out of their sails.
There's two. There's Joe Carter, and there's Bill Mazeroski. Did it against the Yankees. Pittsburgh won. Only two I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if that does seem correct.
Because Bobby Thompson's home run was to get them to the World Series.
Yeah, everybody forgets that. Everybody thinks that they're like, oh, and he won. No, he won the pennant. The Giants win the pennant.
It's the same as the U.S. beating Russia in the '80 Olympics. They had played Sweden after that anyway. That wasn't the gold medal round. That was the...
Yeah, exactly. And they had to go off and everybody forgets that they had to go and beat the evil Scandinavians before they could claim.
Yeah, I don't know, it was Finland or Sweden. I don't even remember which one it was now.
I think it was Sweden. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, it was one of the two. It doesn't really matter. What if they had lost that game? I always think about that. It's like, what if you had lost to Finland? Just like, we beat them.
Then it would be like Major League.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we did it, and then we're gonna go lose in the playoffs. Just like, there you go. All right. Well, I'm gonna give her till 11 to show up, and then we're gonna do initials. Does that sound fair?
Do you want me to send her a message?
Sure. Feel free.
Okay.
You're not showing up.
She had a thing that she had to do for school until between 10:30 and 11.
Oh, okay.
But is that your time or our time?
Our time.
Our time. It means
You're
11.
the only one on your time.
11 was an hour ago.
No, 11 her time. She's in Florida, so like it'd be like.
An hour ago. It's 11:50.
Well, no, 11 my time. So like that's midnight right. For her. Thank you. I can't think or talk. I don't know what my problem.
That's why I said our time. No, David's on Middle Earth time, right, David?
Yeah, Middle Earth time.
David should be on our time. I think he's on Eastern Daylight, right?
Who?
David.
No, I'm on Central.
No, David's on Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only
Middle Earth time.
Yeah, the only one to be. That's what it is. So
they come out of their hobbit holes.
That'll be different.
And share their sweet pies. And
all right. Hey, talk amongst yourselves for a brief moment. I'm going to go get a glass of water, and then hopefully she'll show up by the time I get back.
Okay.
No talking crap on me.
We could try.
We could try not to.
Try not to?
Me and Barry walked away. I was about to walk away. Now I feel bad walking away.
Are we going to have a meetup with any of us Alaboom people that are going? Which there's
talked about that
on here right now.
We didn't settle anything.
Why don't you guys work that out while I go get something to
What
drink?
we can just do is we'll just show up at the TMG booth whenever Lance is working.
That's what I said. Like if he wanted to do that, and we could like sit down and play a game, and we could live stream it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting really excited for BGG Con. It's such a good time. I like it. And it just hit me this week. I'm like, oh yeah, and we even get free games. I forgot because you get your free games at check-in at registration. So
I didn't know that.
yeah, that's one of the cool things about BGG that a lot of people don't think about is you leave with probably 4 or 5 games at least that are given to you as part of it. I mean, your badge is you get your badge back in free games.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I'm going on Minstrel, so I don't know if we still get those games.
I don't know. I bought a badge, so I do. I'm not sure how it works for the exhibitors, but like TMG's got games that are being given out. Anybody you see as the ultras, the super duper sponsors, I forget what they call them, ultimate whatever, they're all giving out games, the Ultimate Geek sponsors. And so you'll see games from all those people. So Stronghold, Tasty Minstrel, Bezier, Arcane Wonders, a few others as well. So, yeah, I mean, you get the free games. Mostly BGG, it's just about playing games and hanging out with people. There's no stress. It's like Origins, but way more laid back than that even. So it's fantastic. And it's got a great library, which is why it is the absolute best. You're in and out of the library. You walk in, grab the game you want, you walk up, they scan the game, scan your badge, you go play. And then when you're done, you walk back, hand them the game, they scan the game, you're done. There's no licenses. They don't have to keep your badge, none of that crap. You just check out the game and check it back in. It's so nice. It's usually not too bad to find a table to play. Saturday night's a bitch, but that's when everybody's in there to try to win prizes, so it gets really full. But the worst thing is trying to find a place to go eat when you get sick of the hotel restaurants or the cash and carry. But now that you can catch Uber or something like that, you can get out to Hard 8 or someplace else, which is pretty good. Hard 8's really good. So it will be a fail if I don't go to Hard 8. Of course, I started looking at other stuff for giggles, and I found a place for $70 where I could go to this indoor range not far from the hotel and shoot a fully automatic machine gun, because that's on the bucket list. I'd really like to shoot a machine gun to say I did it. But I mean, it's 50 rounds for $70. That's like 30 seconds of fun for $70.
Right.
And that's if I take my time. But
well, I mean, if it's on your bucket list, you got to do it at some point.
yeah, I got to do it at some point. I know some people that have some, but not just lying around readily available, like a indoor range that rents them. But there's a place just down in Louisville that you can go rent them to. So it's something I could do at some point. But just depends if I get a little bit burnt out and want to escape and go do that or not.
Right.
But
I don't know that I've ever felt that way. Uh-oh, you got a question in the chat. It says, what's local, Keith? What places to eat do you recommend?
the only place I've been off campus is Hard 8, and I went to some other little joint with Tox 2 years ago. At the con itself, you've got the hotel restaurants, and they have a little cash and carry. But there is a shuttle that you can take to get to Grapevine, I guess, to go grab some food and different stuff that I've never utilized. There is, there's restaurants all over the place. It's DFW, for God's sake. I mean, worst case, you can always just take the shuttle to the airport and go eat some airport food if you're desperate. But
Right.
I'm one that, being the fat kid that I am, when I am busy and engaged with something, I don't get hungry. So I could go most of the day and eat one meal and barely eat and not notice it's something like that, especially since I know I can go on very little food if I put my mind to it. So it's not something I really worry about that much. I mean, but it's kind of the polar opposite of Origins when it comes to food, because nothing is better food-wise for a convention for board games than Origins food, I think.
Origins is that little shop right by the convention center, that little mall thing there. That's awesome.
Yeah, North Market is really good, and then there's just all sorts of nice restaurants in the area too. So that's why I really dig Origins. But I mean, North Market, there's just nothing that's going to compare to that. for any convention. I don't think anybody can touch that kind of atmosphere. I mean, Gen Con tries to do it with the food trucks, but it's not the same. Actors all didn't realize you were starving Gen Con until 11 p.m. Been there, done that, but I've gone a full day without eating because I forgot before because I was busy. Because yeah, I'm done like that. But my friend I go with, he wants to eat at around certain times, so we have to take breaks so he can feed himself.
Do you have a goal per day of how many games you want to get in?
As many as I could possibly get. I'd like to get more than I got in last year, but I don't really have a goal. My goal is to, as soon as I can find people to play games, I'm going to start playing games. My biggest goal is to catch up with the people I only get to see at conventions, which, whether that's playing a game or just shooting the crap with them for a couple of minutes, I'm happy either way. I've got a very small list of games I want to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's not huge. I want to play Great Western Trail. I want to try Oracle at Delphi. I want to try Keyflower because I've never played it and I heard it's good from some people. I want to try Super Motherload because I wanted to try it last year and I forgot. I want to try Fields of Arle because I've not played it and it's sold out everywhere right now, so that's a good opportunity to give that game a try. Got a handful of other things. And then anything that's a surprise from Essen or whatever. But mostly catching up with folks is my.
Have you played Mystic Vale?
I have not played Mystic Vale, and if someone said, "Hey, do you want to play Mystic Vale?" I would give it a try. But there wasn't enough of Mystic Vale to make me think it's a game I needed to own. But I'd like to try it once. Maurice, Captain Sonar is a lot of fun, and it stresses me the hell out. He said he needs to try Captain Sonar. I've played it a lot. I played it at Origins and Gen Con. And it should only be played in the real-time mode, but those real-time games stress me the hell out really bad. But it's a lot of fun. It's a very interesting little game. But if you don't have 8 people, I wouldn't want to play it because it should only be played with the full player count. That's my opinion.
Have you played it again with people who know what they're doing?
Yeah, I've played with people that knew what they're doing. I played with people who knew what they were doing the first time. We figured it out really quickly. I was playing it with the Dice Tower. Hope we've gone quiet again. We're still not making any noise.
Oh, Mac Drizzle says he's got a copy of Mystic Vale and he's got the expansion as well.
Cool.
So he'll be there evidently. I'm assuming, right, Mac? You're going to be at the con.
Well, of course, we've got a delay for YouTube for him to answer.
Yeah.
But there's and if you have trouble finding like a table in the main area, there are tables in the conference rooms on the different floors of the hotel for use as well. So anybody that's not been there, that's another good thing you can do. So I recommend that as well. I've played a lot of good prototypes at BGG Con over the past 2 years because those are the only 2 times I've been. So I've got to see a lot of good games for the first time. I saw Cry Havoc 2 years ago, and I saw Seafall 2 years ago, and New Bedford 2 years ago. Just lots of cool stuff like that. So, you've got a lot of designers and publishers there, and they're basically playing games the whole time too. I have a lot of good memories of BGG Con already, in only the 2 times I've gone. Yeah, the 11th floor, Paul. I played a couple of games up there last year with Lance, and some others. So it's all good times.
We do need an Alaboom meetup, Paul. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll just go take over the Tasty Minstrel booth and tell them that's our meetup. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a good way for us to just have a spontaneous gathering. I'm easiest to reach usually on Twitter or somebody, or you can Facebook message me if you Facebook friend me. I'll respond when I'm not playing a game or busy. I haven't seen what the kind of the logo is for BGG Con this year. Has it been shown yet and I missed it, or is it not even?
Yeah, it was.
shown?
I just seen it. What was it? A Western type deal?
Oh, I gotta go look that up.
They sent an email out. I think it was attached to that.
Oh, okay. Well, I got that email. I read the email. I just didn't see the picture. Trying to think of what other things I'm excited for in BGG. When Lance isn't here to talk the whole time, we just have trouble thinking of what to say because we're not used to having to fill that much silence.
I know. I'm
It's like, God, it's so tough. I actually did get on and vote for some of the games on the list because you had the ability to vote for the hot games. So I was voting for that. Great Western Trail is winning that voting, by the way.
What's your biggest board game pet peeve?
Biggest board game pet peeve. People that deal in board games as an online retailer that don't know how to pack their goddamn board games.
Drop it on Twitter.
Fun again?
Well, at least they came back, apologized, and offered to make it right. But anybody, I mean, Plaid Hat sent me no padding and Seafall, and it was crushed to shit. I expect it from Amazon because board games is not their business. But when your business is board games, you should know how to pack the damn things. And if you don't and it's screwed up, I get just angry. Every time I see a dent in a box, if I see a dent in a box from Cool Stuff, I don't even fret. I know nothing's getting through those peanuts. But anybody else, I see even the slightest nick in the box, I'm like, oh, God, it's going to be in my game box, isn't it?
I don't think I've ever really had a very damaged game arrive. I got something from Mayday a couple weeks ago, and the box was slightly dented on a corner, and that's about it. Most of my stuff always arrives pretty safe, so I've been pretty lucky.
Yeah, the worst damage I've had to a box other than Seafall was actually at Gen Con, and I didn't notice it because the Gray Fox had put all the games in bags already, ready to go and hand them to you. So I didn't actually get a copy handed to me in my hands to give a quick look. And I had a corner of that thing that was accordion so much that I could poke a finger through it. It was just crushed. But it was livable because it didn't damage the board. Unlike Seafall, my board got crushed. So those are the things. But yeah, that's one of my biggest gaming pet peeves. It's just one of the things I get rage for.
Right, you, Barry?
Bending. Well, it's not only bending cards. It's not taking care of components and stuff like that of the game when other people don't. But bending the cards is one of the major things.
Yeah, that's pretty big on my list too, I guess.
Yeah, people that sore losers are a big pet peeve, which and I was one day. I had a meltdown. It was a total mental breakdown. But I've had a game of Battlestar ruined by a guy that just completely melted down when we locked him in the brig. He started screaming and cussing, and we also never had him back to play board games again. But he's also a guy that would literally dig in his pants. He was one of those guys, and then handle your cards. And it's just like, I never want to play games with this guy again.
That's kind of my piece. But people who get up in the middle of a game and walk away because they're losing, I just can't stand that. We have a question, though. It says, David and Keith, how many games would you recommend a person bring to BGG?
None.
Yeah, not very
My recommendation is you don't need to bring any because there are so many there to play. However, if you're getting there on Tuesday versus Wednesday, you may want to bring some stuff to play around the hotel with you and your friends. And that's really the only reason I would bring anything is if you wanted to play on Tuesday before the show starts. Because once that library opens, if you can't find everything you want to play it or something you want to play, you're broken. Not to be mean, but that's just how good the library is, to be honest. It's just amazing. So I usually will bring a little box. I usually pack a bag to carry around with some filler games in it. So just something to pull out, drop down, and play with folks really quickly. Things like Love Letter, Eggs and Empires, just brainless games to play. To basically, it's something that you can sit around and catch up with people and not have to concentrate, but still have fun and play something.
You should bring 2 copies of Mechs versus Minions, one under each arm, and walk around with them all day.
Yes. And not play either one. Because that sounds about right.
Did everybody play that yet?
I've only played the tutorial. I'm going to play it Saturday.
That has one, actually.
All right, where is she?
I did hear that Maurice Fitzgerald, though, is throwing a big BGG after party at his place. He doesn't live very far away. So if you're into an after party, just hit up Maurice Fitzgerald and find out the details.
All right. Yeah. I want to play Secret Hitler at BGG Con, so I'm hoping to get that together. I'd like to play that game again with a group of people.
How did that get through the PC police? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's excuse my language. It's unfuckable because it's the oatmeal guys. Oh no, it's for the Cards Against Humanity's guys. So it's yeah.
And it's there's. I don't know that I don't think there's actually any Nazi symbology in the game.
Doesn't matter. There wasn't any symbology in Days of Wonder's game either, and people went batshit crazy. So.
I also want to play Black Orchestra, speaking of Hitler-based games, where you're trying to kill Hitler. That looks like fun.
That is fun.
So I would like to play that at BGG Con as well.
1 second.
But I bought Secret Hitler at Gen Con, and I haven't got to play it yet because I haven't got a big enough group of people. But what I've watched it played, and I played the print and play once, and I'm not a huge fan of the Resistance, but after playing Secret Hitler, I never want to play Resistance again. I just think it's a much better game.
What is the minimum player count on that one?
I don't know what the minimum is, but I know I'd want to play it with a lot of people. I'll have to look it up. Let's see. Secret Hitler is for 5 to 10 players. And they say bet, so 5 is the minimum. The community says 6 to 10 and best at 10 overall.
What is one game that at conventions everybody plays that you just can't ever see yourself playing?
Werewolf.
Yeah.
Werewolf.
I'm going to say 2 Rooms and a Boom.
I would play One Night Werewolf, but not regular Werewolf.
Yeah. What's the etiquette on that? If you're just the first guy that gets kicked out, you stand there and wait around for 2 hours, or the other dumb fucks figure out who it is, or what is the etiquette?
Well, Barry, you haven't been to Gen Con, right?
No.
Okay, so Gen Con at night, there's a hallway that they do nothing but play Werewolf there all night. And the 2 Room and a Boom guys are there all the time too playing. But they literally have, I'm going to say at least a dozen groups of a dozen people playing Werewolf. So there's a gross of people playing Werewolf in that hallway every single night for hours and hours and hours.
Okay. All right, so you just swap from one group to another.
Yeah, so they don't have huge games. I've seen games at conventions where it's 35, 40 people playing one game of Werewolf. So with a dozen people, it's not so horrible. If you get eliminated, you're not sitting out for that long. But the people who are playing it in those groups love playing werewolf. So
I don't know if I want to do it anyway, because to me it sounds like there's a lot of metagaming in it. When you get to these conventions where it's the same players over and over again, you know.
I don't know.
If you talk too much, you're out. Yeah, if you talk too much, you're out. If you don't talk, you're out. It's like there's no rhyme or reason to it half the time. Why people get picked out in werewolf, and that's the problem with that game.
Yeah, that was. It's funny that we popped off that same answer so quickly.
All right.
All right.
Did anybody hear anything from her at all?
No.
Nope.
She's just a big liar.
Anymore.
That's fine. She can be just a big liar.
Or maybe she got busy.
That's true. All right. So I have 15 again. At this point, if you are listening live, you should be tweeting, if you haven't already, to the Gateway Gamer and giving them your guess as far
It's a Gateway Gamer.
Oh, sorry.
Gateway,
Gateway Gamer. Tweet your guess, whether it'll be Anthony, Barry, David, or Keith. Will be the big winner of initials. I have purposely tried to make this one a little more difficult.
I am distracted with the World Series, so just keep that in mind.
Oh, well, there's that then, right? Here we go, and we are going to. So, for those of you who don't know how the initials works, I have 15 people, places, or things. They will, at some point, I will be giving out the initials. Each one of these 15 things will have the same initials. There are 2 letters. I will then say item number 1, and I will start giving out clues. There are 5 clues per item. As soon as somebody thinks they know what the person, place, or thing is, they will use their buzzer, and their buzzer is what, Keith?
Your name.
Your name. So, Keith, your buzzer would be?
Keith.
David, your buzzer would be?
Keith.
Barry, your buzzer would be?
Anthony.
And Anthony, your buzzer would be?
Lord King Almighty.
All right. So if we were if this was
Go ahead. Sorry.
no if this was the thing, and I said the initials were DL, and the clue was
Anthony.
and the clue was has the most magnificent hair in all of board game media.
David Lowry.
And that would be correct. So, all right. So we all have a good grasp as far as how the game is played. This is your last chance. If you are listening to us live, please tweet to @Gateway Gamer, hashtag initials game, or whatever you want to do. The name of the person of Anthony, Barry, David, or Keith, who you think is going to win, and then also the number of correct answers they're going to have, which will then be the win. If you guess it correctly, we have a holdover. The first week, it was going to be a copy of Flip City. Nobody won it. Second week, I added a copy of Harbor. Nobody won it. This is the third week. I'm going to add a copy of Thief's Market. So there's going to be 3 games from Tasty Minstrel Games that we're going to send out if you guess this correctly. So is everybody excited? Everybody ready to go? Everybody cool? All right. So
Anthony was 7.
Okay. As always, do we have a Kabuki kid in the audience?
I haven't seen Kabuki talk forever.
Kabuki, are you here? You have to let me know if you're here, please.
I haven't seen her talk for a long time. I think she abandoned us for the World Series.
Oh, well, just is she like a Cubs fan or something?
She may just want to watch the baseball.
Well, that's fine. That's fair. I'm waiting to see if this is, of course, the hold or the wait. Paul is our official scorekeeper. Paul, he will keep track of who is winning because I can't do that because I am very bad at that. So our current champion 2 times over. He is currently 2-0. Is Anthony. How do you feel about being the current champion of the initials game?
It's a lot of pressure. I get recognized everywhere. I can't go to the supermarket and buy milk. People stop at me and are you the guy who won initials twice?
Can you say that again, but in the John Travolta voice asking for a massage?
Hey, you're the guy who won the initials game twice, and I get a discount on my massages now.
Can we rely on you to be our official tiebreaker or ever our official person, or do I need to turn it over to Maui Chris?
They're just on a roll tonight.
Oh, they're calling out for me to choke in the chat, and then Paul calls out Anthony. He 10 points, no pressure.
All right. Well, I didn't hear from Kabuki, so we're just going to say, Maui Chris, can I count on you if I have to? Can I count on you to tell me who rang in first if I'm unable to tell?
Kabuki's there. She's just watching baseball.
Yeah, I know, but if I didn't get an answer from her, so we're gonna relieve Kabuki from her things. Okay.
She says I shall try, but I'm a bit distracted.
All right, so
she said Maui do it today. Yeah.
Maui will be in charge of this. All right, so is everybody ready? Everybody excited? Everybody clear your mind. Think carefully. People, places, or things. Your initials today are S, J. S, J.
Cubs must have just scored or something happened.
They second and third went out.
Okay. Sorry. SJ.
S, J.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Item number 1 is 63 years old. A graduate of Rice University, briefly attended law school but left to pursue design work.
David.
Go ahead, David.
Steve Jackson.
Steve Jackson is correct. Yes,
God,
well done.
I guess that was too chicken shit.
I was going to say design the game Melee in response to things he disliked about D&D, such as polyhedron dice and confusing combat rules.
Totally the first thing on my list.
Once had his office raided by the U.S. Secret Service based on the hacker game he was working on at the time. And I've actually seen this as an avid collector of pirate-themed Lego sets and has written rules for Evil Stevie's pirate game, using them and runs it at conventions. And it looks amazing. I wish I could play it sometime. All right. Here we go. Item number 2. Contains seeds. Is strained through a muslin stockinette. Pectin is sometimes added to help it gel.
Barry, strawberry jam?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Number 4. It is not as loose as its counterpart.
Anthony.
Anthony.
Strawberry jelly.
That is correct. Strawberry jelly is correct. Sorry, you fell for it, Barry. You fell for it. Yeah. So, but well done, Anthony. Well done. And the last question to give it away was: it's just one of many possible flavors, usually put on toast or sandwiches with peanut butter. That sounds good right now. All right, here we go.
I think the Cubs are going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Item number 3. Pull my little thing. And good for them. Good for them.
They're up by 1 with 1 out and the bases loaded.
Good for them. Good for them. Is 54 years old. Is an American lawyer, journalist, writer, fashion designer, and television personality. Got their start on TV as a commentator during the William Kennedy Smith trial in 1991.
Anthony.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Star Jones.
You are correct. Star Jones is correct. I threw in a girl for you, Barry. Where were you on that one? Did you actually see her as a commentator on Court TV?
I had no idea she was a fashion designer.
Well, yeah. I mean, somebody probably designs the fashions and then she just like does her thing or whatever on it. So, I mean, we got to be completely fair. But no, Anthony, did you actually see it on the like? Did you actually like see her on Court TV, or are you just taking a stab?
Court TV, because she was also the Court TV person for the OJ trial.
Oh, I did not know that. When was the OJ trial? What year was that?
94.
So that would have been after then, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. All right. So here we go. Item number 4, I believe. Yes, 4. Yes, 4. All right. Here we go. Released in 1996. Nominated for 11 awards, winning only 5. Heavily criticized by an original creator, saying the entire plot should have been told in 7 minutes. Starred the aliens Pound, Bang, Blanco, Bupkis, and Knock. Anthony.
Space Jam.
Well done. It was also Michael Jordan's first movie.
You said what year?
1996.
I thought you
1996.
said 1986.
No, sorry. Well done, Anthony. Well done.
Thank you.
Looks like Anthony's running away with it already.
Oh, that like.
Keith, how's your name going? Is your microphone working? You haven't even rang in once. Once. Just what's up? What's up with that?
I have not even had the only one even close was Steve Jackson. That was even in my head.
All right. Well, here we go. Has killed 1/3 of the people who have tried it. The first successful attempt was made in 1959. The record set in 1959 was not beaten until 2012. That record was soon beaten in both length and duration in 2014 by a Google chief executive. Final clue. Use of oxygen is a must since you are falling to Earth from as much as 41 kilometers above the ground.
David.
Go ahead, David.
Space Jump.
Space Jump is correct. I did not know that. Like, remember that guy that made it? Oh, here, hold on. There you go. I did not know. Remember that guy that did that? Remember that Red Bull made a big deal out on that one? where the guy jumped, and like I had no idea that like basically some Google executive, they spent a bunch of money and he took off from the desert in New Mexico and went even higher and like jumped. He went through something like 4.5 minutes of free fall,
Just crazy.
just falling. Yeah, but 6 people have done it, like, and and 2 of them have died from doing it. That's why 1/3 of the people
Mm-hmm.
have died trying it. Where were you on that one, Anthony?
No idea. I was watching the baseball game.
Yeah, see, this is your chance, Barry. This is your chance to take this over. All right, is everyone excited? Everyone ready?
Ready.
All right, good deal. What's the score? What's the score now? It's like
3-2.
3-2. Yes. Keith, you excited?
No.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Depending on the size, the circumference is between 9 and 20 inches. Zippers are a prevalent addition. Also known as drain pipes, they had a surge of popularity when they were associated with rock and roll in the 1950s. With the advent of hip-hop and grunge in the 1990s, the popularity waned considerably. Final clue. Despite the fact that they can overheat the testes and cause dyspermia, their popularity is once again on the rise again since 2010. Five.
Barry.
Barry?
Jeans.
Skinny jeans is correct, Barry. Well done. Skinny jeans is the correct answer. Good job.
That's how Barry threw his back out trying to get into it.
It's always good when you're laughing as you're answering the question. So thank you. I appreciate that. I thought for sure that was going to be you, David, strutting around the stage with your guitar, with your axe,
I don't
wearing
do
skinny jeans.
Don't do skinny jeans.
I thought it was cool that basically when like hip hop and grunge, because like they talk about skinny jeans. Like I read a whole article about it, and they talked about how they like rock and roll has basically like made it popular. But when wearing baggy clothes for hip hop and grunge like totally destroyed their sales for a while there. So
Fair.
All right, here we go. Is 33 years old. Went to Oregon State and was drafted number 24 in the first round in 2004. Where's number 39? Because it is the number of books in the Old Testament. Played for 11 seasons with the Patriots, Falcons, and Rams.
Anthony. Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson is correct. The football player. Well done.
I would have not got that one.
Good job, buddy. He is the Rams' rushing leader with 10,138 yards. And he ruined my fantasy football team 3 years ago, so I hate him. I needed like 70 yards out of him in a game to win a playoff game, and he just totally pissed the bed. So yes, he cost me like $20.
20 American dollars?
20 American dollars. I need to send you those paints. Dang it. I forgot to do that. All right, here we go. Described and used as early as 1772. Is also known as a camisole.
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Straight jacket.
Ah, man, I had so many good, like, laughable clues. Like, I was going to say, while its origins are in medicine, it is also used in fashion as well as entertainment and fetish play. You know, just,
Then I would have got it. But camouflage.
That's what it says. Harry and Hardine Houdini enjoyed using them on each other. Yeah, that says, and I knew that. This is how. I mean, this is not a cut on you, David. But I saw when I wrote that clue, I was like, if I get to that clue, David's going to get it immediately.
Yeah, I would have got it immediately.
What, the Houdini one?
No, the one that says fetish play. Thank you, David. All right, here we go. And Anthony's running away with it. What do you? What's the score?
It's 5-2 to 1-0.
Who's got the 0 again?
That's me.
Okay, just thought I checked. Okay, good deal. All right, here we go. And I apologize if anybody's offended by this one.
Space Jam.
All right. You know what? Like, and I like, just as a joke, I put in all of these things as like a like in the Urban Dictionary to see if I get anything dirty. And there is a and who knows if this is true or anything. Urban Dictionary is such a screwed up site, and like anybody can say anything. But they said that Space Jam is in Urban Dictionary is if you have if a man has an orgasm while in outer space because there's no gravity, his expellation doesn't fully leave, and so then his unit is jammed up. That was.
Oh, that's stupid. So it doesn't leave. So gravity pulls it out. It doesn't ever shoot up in the air.
All I was saying was that was like one of the things that I laughed at. Yeah, people are stupid, but I thought it was like a Space Jam. That's funny. Okay. Anyway, so here we go. Which item is this? Item number
9.
9. There we go. All right. So it's still anybody's game. We got 6 left. Anybody's game. 36, 25, 41. Classically worked her way through college as an... Hey, go ahead.
Scarlett Johansson.
It's a good guess. It's a very good guess, but unfortunately...
Should have been the right one.
Classically worked her way through college as an exotic dancer to get her psychology degree from the University of Cincinnati. After graduation, she became bored with dancing and moved to Las Vegas to star in films. Unlike many of her co-stars, does not use an alias. Has appeared in over 380 adult films and directed one. Oh, dang it. Nobody's up on their obscure adult film information.
I know who it is.
Who is it, David?
No, wait a minute. Wait.
What?
We have
5, 4, 3.
Anthony.
Go ahead. 5.
Sarah J.
Wow.
Is that it?
Just pulls it.
I'm trying to think of porno stars.
I literally typed in a Google search. I just said porn stars with the initials SJ, and that's what came up. So then I got to learn a lot about Ms. J and her life, and it sounds like she's had a very eventful life.
That's her real name?
That's her real name. That she anyway. She's directed one.
Good for her.
Yeah, that's what I said. And the thing is, when it said a directed one, it had an exclamation point on our bio. Has appeared in over 380 adult films and directed one.
I'm embarrassed that I even know porno stars' names.
Yeah, well, back when I worked at the video store, I knew way too many of them just because of the fact that I had to do all the adult film ordering. So it was just.
There's thousands of them now. I mean, you can never keep up.
Well, yeah, like back in the heyday or whatever. But yeah, now with the internet, there's just anybody.
Yes. Yeah.
Anybody with a webcam and the ability to take a square payment, I guess. Anyway, all right, here we go. I think Anthony's going to win because
I'm eliminated.
You are eliminated. You got to get one, Keith. You got to get one. You know who's going to win the game. Just don't focus on that.
I'm not even got that on.
Oh, okay. Here we go. You ready? Here, I'll text you the answer to this one. Okay, Keith. Has appeared in home movies.
Keith, suck my Johnson.
Well, at least you rang it. I'll repeat the first clue. Has appeared in home movies.
Does it have to be your answer? Could be any answer because that could literally be anyone.
Has appeared in The Simpsons. Has appeared on The Daily Show. Has appeared in Luke Cage.
Anthony.
Go ahead.
Jon Stewart.
That's not SJ.
Oh, it's backwards. I'm dyslexic.
All right, leaving the barn door open for. Okay, so I'll go over them. Has appeared in home movies. Has appeared in The Simpsons. Has appeared on The Daily Show. Has appeared on Luke Cage. Clue number 5. Is used as aversion therapy to stop people from cursing.
Jon Stewart. Sex worker.
I actually know this one.
5, 4, 3. Oh, come on! He's eating
That's right,
popcorn.
when you
2,
run out.
1. David's just eating popcorn. He's not paying any attention. 0.
It's a swear jar.
Swear jar. A swear jar is correct. Yes. How's your popcorn, David?
Stewart.
That's an awesome.
Is that like out of a bag or did you pop it?
Oh no, it's homemade.
Like you went out and like dried out the kernels yourself and put them in with a little bit of oil and.
I've been saving them for about 300 years.
What the hell does that mean? Okay, here we go. Well, I think Anthony's won, but for integrity, we're just going to keep going so we can have an accurate total. And so when nobody has guessed his total,
Now, David could still win.
David can still win.
I think.
No, I don't think so.
He can at least tie.
Come on, I'm pulling for Keith to get one here. All right, so here we go, Keith.
Keith's pulling too.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
He went and looked up Sarah J.
They are 1 of 7. They were not officially added to the team until 1978. They worked the field behind the last row of the defense. Go ahead.
Side judge.
You are just too good at this game. This is like insane. How do you know this stuff?
I actually forgot what the initials were that time. I got
I
on his
I
John
wrote-
Stewart
I
shit.
wrote them down after the John Stewart screw up. I wrote them down.
I've got them written down, but I didn't look because you got JS in my head.
Our side judges added to the team.
Because they were not part of the officiating crew. The officiating crew was not expanded to
Just said
7.
crew
I
instead
don't
of team.
consider the crew a
Well,
team.
but the officiating crew. It's I have to kind of mix things up a little bit. To kind of
That's a bad clue, sir.
Bad clue.
just eat your popcorn.
I got it.
I know you did. Well done, Anthony.
Yeah, you also got John Stewart, bitch.
All right, here we go. Is 65 years old.
Keith. Samuel Jackson. Oh, there, at least I guessed.
No, I love the enthusiasm. So good. Clue number 2. Began their career as a freelance journalist in 1974. In 1980, had the idea of creating the first ever interactive adventure book. They are an honorary professor at Brunel University in London, where they teach digital games theory and design MA. Last clue. Wrote Warlock of Firetop Mountain and was one of the founders of Games Workshop.
Oh, fuck.
Sarah J.
4, 3, 2,
John Stewart.
1.
Mm.
And the correct answer is Steve Jackson.
Oh, damn.
There's
Another
a Steve.
Jackson?
There is a UK Steve Jackson. Yeah, that's right.
If you don't know, the default answer is Steve Jackson.
Yes, exactly. So, all right. So here we go. Next clue. Come on, Keith. I believe in you.
I don't even care.
Come on, you gotta care.
Remember that sore loser comment earlier?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not being a sore loser. Remember that when you just check out of a game that sucks? That's where I'm at.
Aw. All right.
It's 1 a.m. my time.
Okay. Well, I'll speed these things up here so we can wrap this up. Developed from military obstacle course training. Got its start in France in the 1990s. One of its biggest proponents, David Bell, stressed that the most important aspect of it is not the physical movements, but rather the practitioner's mentality and the understanding of its principles. The style, acrobatics, and movements have been adopted by the Assassin's Creed series of games. It is more commonly and better known as parkour.
Keith, street jumping. I don't know.
You are correct. It is. It is street jumping. That is.
You're saying to describe it. It sounds like freaking parkour. What does it have to do with SJ?
That is correct. It is. That is what there is a contingent. Read up about parkour and just like kind of like the whole like Zen thing that they do and they talk about it. And there's like all these weird little offshoots and like there's actually like some very very serious like anger between the different groups of like and the people that consider calling it street jumping and what have you. But yeah, interesting stuff. Like
And the Cubs win the World Series.
Yay! Go Cubbies! Good for them. You know what?
8-7 final.
Yep, that's what I'm hearing.
Good for them. I mean, it sucks if you're an Indians fan, and that stinks. But you know what? It's there's always next year, and now
The good news is the Cubs are now no longer special.
that's true. I mean, there's that. I mean, but
They have nothing to be famous for now. Now they're just another team.
well, I mean, but good for them, right? You know, and you know,
Sure.
I'm happy for them.
As we watch Chicago burn for the second time tonight.
But no, yeah. So congratulations to the Cubs fans, and and you know, like I said, I have lots of Cubs fans that I know personally, and I know that they are ridiculously happy right now. So, and I'm happy for them. That makes me very happy. So.
Was that the last
All
question?
right.
Are we done?
No, I still got a couple more. So
Oh,
just
shit.
relax here.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go. And the answer is not Steve Jackson. I'll tell you that right now. So just okay.
Stephanie Jackson.
Steven.
I would have accepted Steve or Steven for any of those, just so you know. Anyway, is 67 years old.
Keith, Samuel L. Jackson.
You know, I knew you were going to say that. I knew
You
you
know
were
why I knew it? Because when I missed Samuel Jackson, I'm like, how old is that dude anyway? Oh, he's 67.
He was an usher at Martin Luther King Jr.'s funeral. He worked as an usher at the funeral. How cool is that? Played real-life mafia son Stax Edwards in the movie Goodfellas. Started a vegan diet for the express purpose of living forever. That's what he said. He's like, I'm trying to live forever. And his role in Pulp Fiction was specifically written for him. All right, so well done, Keith. Good job.
Keith, you're out of bullets, though.
Yeah, you're out of bullets now. All right, so here's the final clue. What is the score? What do we have for scores right now?
So I have 7. Keith has
7,
3.
2, 2, 1.
David has 2, and Barry has 1, and the Cubs 1.
Yes, and the Cubs won. So go Cubbies. All right, so here's the last question. So if you guessed, so people that maybe have guessed Anthony at 7 or Anthony 8 or whatever, I mean, this is a big deal, you know, because of the fact.
I know somebody who guessed me at 8, and they guessed me this afternoon.
So if you get this correct,
I'm going to get it wrong just so they don't win.
just to spite them. Well, that's fair. So I mean, that's fair. That's fair. You can do that. All right. So here we go. Yeah, you guys have fun doing this, right? I mean, I have fun looking up the things. So I
I
mean,
do when I'm not exhausted.
okay. Well, okay. I didn't. All right. So here we go. Last one. How's that popcorn there, David?
Awesome.
All right. Very good. Here we go. Is part of a group of events that also include dressage, eventing.
Keith, show jumping.
Wow! Are you serious? Are you like a secret show jumper, like fan or something?
No,
I believe
know what
Keith
dressage
won.
is. It's
I
not
believe Keith won
dressage,
the
it's
prize.
massage.
Keith, you won the prize. Anthony with 7. Very good. Keith, tell him what he's won, Johnny.
He can't. He's playing. He can't. Wow. How did you know that?
Because I know what dressage is.
Wow.
Because it's an Olympic thing. I've seen it, happened to see it. So
Yeah, it became an Olympic event in 1900 and continues to this day.
Wait. Keith, you said you know what dressage is, but he said it's dressage.
Yeah, I know he said it wrong. I don't care.
Shut your mouth.
I also had a friend of mine growing up, lived down the road, that did show jumping. So that's probably the reason I knew.
Yeah, it involves riding a horse through a set of jumps that is timed with faults given for knocking rails down and horse feet landing in water.
Yeah.
I wonder why Slim Jim wasn't one of them.
Well, Slim Jim and Scarlett Johansson were my tiebreakers.
And no Steve Jobs. I mean, come on.
Well, I thought Steve Jobs. I had him, and I had 5 clues for him, but I was just kind of like, it's too obvious. And plus, I wanted to have 3 Steve Jacksons in there. just for the fun of it, as it is.
Slim Jim would have been way better.
Well, and I was like, and if I got into Slim
no
Jim,
nutritional value.
Yeah, if I got into Slim Jim, one of the things was like, you gonna snip into it. You know, so I was gonna try
that
to.
would've been too easy.
But that was the fifth clue. It's like, just to give it away. But
All right, so that's 3. So 2 more, and I get to host, right? Because I already started working on my list.
well, you can do it once, but yeah, then it reverts back to me. You don't just.
Well, that's fine.
What are your initials, Anthony?
Then I retire.
No, he can't. He can't. You're gonna be that guy. All right, that's fine.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
for
you
Lance.
with board games, right, Lance?
I'll come back. I'll come back for the Tournament of Champions, like once a
the
year.
Tournament of Champions.
Yes, the Tournament of Champions.
All
Hey,
right.
I caught up on the last 3 after I woke up.
Yeah, I mean that is true. You did kind of you kind of revitalized yourself there a little bit towards the end. So
Space Jam, he woke up.
What? How come Slow Jack wasn't one of them? Come on.
Slow Jack, what the hell is
I
that?
don't know. I don't. I'm tired.
All right, all right. So there we go. That was
Tompkins
initials.
won.
What?
Paul Tompkins won.
Paul Tompkins. Well done, buddy. You guessed
And he was keeping score too. We have to go back and audit the
Tell
score
us what he's
before.
run, Don.
Uh,
17 copies of Jab.
of Jab. No, Paul. Send me.
And I'm getting Bucky
Sorry,
Clover
McDrizzle just
for Heroes Wanted.
McDrizzle just wrote, "What is Anthony going to be on Dancing with the Stars?"
They have a Special Olympics version.
That ain't right.
All right. Well,
Might be
okay.
true, but it ain't right.
All right. So, Paul, make sure you send me your address, and I will get those games ordered and sent out for you. And
Just give them to him at BGG Con.
well, I don't know. Well, I mean, Paul, are you gonna be at BGG Con? If you'd rather do that, I can just hand them off to you there too. So, just shoot me an email, whatever works best for you, and we'll figure it out. So, thanks everybody for watching, and thanks for taking part in the game show, guys. Does anybody have any thoughts or whatever, anything random that they're thinking about, or just?
Do we have a winner for our
Paul says
contest?
he already has all those games.
Well, all right. Well, then tell you what. When
Pick somebody random, Paul. Pick somebody that you want to send the games to.
well, no, I mean, I can get Paul like maybe a copy of Oracle or something. Maybe,
2
possibly.
copies of
Well, hell, I would
Jam.
have cheated and made up a name if I could have won. I would have put the fix in on that shit.
Oh, speaking of which,
Oh.
mine's coming this week, right, Lance? Because I'm taking it to that convention to play it with people,
Which
right?
what now?
You were sending me your copy of Oracle of Delphi since I didn't get one.
When do you leave for that? God, I forgot all about that. When do you leave for that?
Next week, next Thursday.
Next Thursday? Yeah, I'll send you my copy if I can't track one down.
Okay.
But don't beat the hell out of it. It's
I
my
won't.
personal copy.
I won't.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it's
mean,
a fire pit, ain't he?
Yeah, no, my copy of Yokohama, just like that got sent out to like 7 or 8 people, came back. It was like literally like it was used like it was borrowed. I'll just leave it like that.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. So if you're going to send me yours, because you're not going to have one available to send me beforehand, do you want to just let me keep yours and you just take another one? Or is this like special for some reason?
No, it's not special. But
Okay, so what's the difference?
I don't know.
Hey,
'Cause-
do we have a contest winner yet?
oh yeah. So which ghost story won the big prize?
I don't know.
I think I just see one vote total. I see one like on all the stories on the page.
Yeah, there's only one like.
I guess that one wins.
No, that one does not win.
That one doesn't win.
No. It's my
Oh,
wife.
Barry, you figure out who wins because it's your things. You figure out who wins, and then
Well, we're going to vote on the 4 or 5 stories, whatever that is. Whoever wins, person second goes. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, fine, whatever.
I have no idea what he just
And then
said.
I don't know either. It sounds like, but then Barry, would you then randomly determine the other winner so I can get those games sent out? So I can respond with an email and then I can get an address.
Well, how many entries were there? 4, 5?
I think there was 5 or 6. So we'll have to pick one for the big prize, and then just I don't know, roll that giant green D6 behind you, and then figure out the winner of the other one, so I can get them.
5.
We have skeptics are important.
Just figure it out off the air. Geez.
Okay, fine.
I want to get this done.
Well, just figure it out after the fair. So, okay, everybody, thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the initials. If you hate it, let me know. If you like it, great. Woo! I don't know. Other than that, I can't believe you guys didn't get swear jar.
I got it, but I blew my answer on being a smartass.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You did. But did any of you actually ever keep a swear jar?
Fuck no.
We had one in one office I worked in, and literally I remember walking in one day and throwing $20 into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it $1 a swear or what?
It was 25 cents a swear. I threw $20 in the jar and just went on.
So what would they do with the money then?
Oh, but they just used to pay for coffee and stuff.
I gotcha. I just remember the Simpsons episode with the swear jar, and like he's going through and Homer goes through the multiple of different things that like cause him there's a montage of things, and he's like he hammers his thumb and he's like all these bad things are happening or whatever, and there's the one where it's like and it's just bad and bad and bad and bad or whatever, and all of a sudden you see. Like he's just sleeping in a hammock, and basically like if he stepped on a rake, like you see him, he drops like 3/4 in the jar or something like that. But like he's just sleeping in a hammock, and all of a sudden a beehive lands on his stomach, and he's like, oh! And then like the next thing you see is his hand covered in welts, dropping about like $100 into the jar. Back when The Simpsons was funny. Great moment. But anyway, there you go. That is
all these in the chat.
All these in the chat.
Oh, look who decided to show up finally.
Well, he was watching the ball game.
I had to watch the World Series, man.
Hello.
Not that I really care about baseball, but yeah, it was a good episode.
It was a good episode.
It's not like the book, though.
Yeah, it totally spoiled it. Totally screwed the ending up.
We were just wrapping up their Grand High Pool.
Oh yeah, I heard thanks for watching. I guess we're done early.
Yeah, no,
it's fine. You can still wrap up. I mean,
no, people are tired, and
I mean we're only 3 hours in. That's super early.
I was trying to.
You guys go on. I mean, it's World Series.
Well,
don't you guys watch it? Aren't you like a big baseball fan, Lance?
I am, and I'm actually a big Cleveland Indians fan too.
You guys had this weird. I remember. You and Anthony had some bet going.
Yeah, we wager a few things occasionally.
Right.
Yeah, but
twins.
Yeah. So no. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like like I said, I'm
a historic moment.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was, and good for good. Like I said, good for the Cubs. Well done. And because like I said, I know so many people. I know that'll be insufferable now, of course, but I know so many people that are giant Cubs fans. Like Glenn Drover, for that matter, famed designer Glenn Drover, huge Cubs fan, and so yeah, I'm happy for him. That's
Chicago on fire yet?
But and like Barry said, now they're nothing special. Now they can just. Now they can just shut up.
Yep.
And then
and now you're free to bring your goats back to Wrigley Field.
Yes, exactly. So but no, I mean it's wherever George Carlin is, he's very upset. But what do you do? So it's just it'll be what it'll be. It'll what it be. So And now it can be Cleveland's turn to be the one that's.
Are they the next highest loser?
Yeah, they're the next highest
Longest loser.
So they're
Longest
like
loser.
60 some years since the last time. So, but as I said earlier, like they always listed off the things was the Cubs, like the most tortured franchises in all sports.
Huh?
Number one, year in year out, was the Cubs. Number two is the Minnesota Vikings.
Congratulations.
Now we've achieved greatness. We are the most tortured fan base
Oh,
in all of professional
it
sports.
wasn't that long ago we had Fran Tarkenton.
No, but we've never won. We never won a Super Bowl. We've been to 4,
That's right.
and we always lose in a heartbreaking fashion. It's never like it's never like it's just awful. It's just.
Wouldn't it be worse to be a Browns fan?
Now,
Yeah.
Well, maybe, but I mean, but it's just I'm not the one who makes the rules. I mean, it's just like they and it's like I'm not saying Cleveland is like got it great, over us. I mean, after all, they do live in Cleveland, but
All right, so here's the top 5 from that list: Cubs, Vikings, Bills, Browns, Indians.
Yep.
Followed by the Chiefs, the Suns, the Bengals, the Lions, the Falcons, the Capitals, Houston football in general, Astros, the Blues, the Brewers, the Chargers, the Jazz, the Pirates, the Canucks, and the Sacramento Kings when that list was created.
Yeah. So, no, I mean it's I'll wear that.
That was 2010. That list was made.
Yeah, I will wear that badge with honor, and that's fine.
So the Cubs are the 3rd team to win their way off the list. What are the other
Are the
2
Vikings
teams?
not going to make the playoffs this year? They had a good record. Don't they have a good record?
Who?
The Vikings.
Well,
They were
we're
undefeated.
We're
till 2
5
weeks ago.
no 2 weeks ago. Now
Okay,
we're
5-2. They're 5-2. They lost 2 in a row.
and our offensive line is just that, offensive. So we are.
Hey, it looks like we play on December 1st.
Who? What are we playing? Are we playing Feast Road,
Cowboys.
or what are we? Oh, yeah, you'll win. We have no offensive line. Like literally, like we couldn't blast the piece of crap Bears defensive line off at all. We just couldn't. We can't run the ball, and we can't protect against the pass. So
Better have a good offense.
the only thing we had going for us was like our defense was scoring points basically, and when that doesn't happen, well, you lose horribly, like we have the last 2 games.
Hey.
And I told everybody who listened, everybody was like 5-0, woohoo! I was like, it's going to fall apart. I said it's going to fall apart. Just
All
shut
smoke and
up.
mirrors.
It's all, yeah. I said we are not a good team. We are not a good team. I mean, we'll be lucky if we win 9 games. I can see 8-8.
Yeah, when you beat the Panthers, no one knew they would be.
Yeah, we are awful with a capital A, and like people always say, "Oh, you're not a real fan." It's like, no, like I said, they are the worst ex-girlfriend of all time. It's like every single time you're like, okay, you're gonna fuck me over once again. You're gonna screw with me. You're gonna have sex with my dad or something. You're gonna do something. You're gonna, I don't trust you. I don't believe you. You're a dirty whore. And then it's just like, but no, it'll be different this time. I've grown as a person, and we've got some new good rookie defensive backs that could show some promise, and just this time will be different. And then they wait till you care, and then you're like, maybe this time it will be different. Ha ha! Faked you out.
But you have Mike Zimmer though. I like that coach.
Well, you know what? He got us 5 wins on a team that shouldn't have gotten those. So,
Yeah.
Woohoo! Good for them. It's just.
He used to be a Cowboys coach.
And
He's a Cowboys coach. Yeah.
and
Oh well, whatever. It's not
Yeah.
football. Whatever.
Yeah, well, it's like whatever. You're sitting on your stupid rookie quarterback, and
Not
you're
complaining. Not complaining.
you're Zeke, and
I missed
you're
like 3 games while in Europe, so
and your
I was
and your
happy to be back.
offensive line that is actually like, I don't know, an offensive, like an actual like defense. Sam Bradford's running for his life every single time he gets the ball. It's just
Yeah.
pathetic. They're just awful. Awful.
Okay, so here
And your offensive coordinator resigned today.
Yeah, he just resigned. He just up and quit. He was just like, screw this. I'm out of here. Yeah. Norv Turner, he was like, yeah, I resign.
He was tired of making millions of dollars.
No, he just basically said, I'm like, done or whatever, because, just like a difference in opinions or something is what it said, as far as the like how the team tried. And the thing is now it's like, and then they're saying he resigned, and some people said he got kind of shown the door at the same time. So yeah, I have tremendous respect for Mike Zimmer, our coaching staff, and our players, and at this time I think it's in the best interest of the team to step down. I thank the Will family for my time here in Minnesota and want to see our players and coaches achieve success. It's like, and then he said, I think it's just we have different views on where this offense is going. So, but yeah, everybody is under the impression that it wasn't so much a resignation as a, maybe you could retire or resign from the job so we don't have to fire you. Does that sound good? And then he's just like, because it just sounds better, as far as that goes. So. But,
who won the scary story?
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out.
Oh, you haven't decided yet?
No, we did. Hold on.
You better tell the person. It's like,
Barry's trying to count.
It's like 2
I'm trying to count.
2 weeks.
On 2.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. I'm ready. We talked
2
about
weeks.
Con a little bit earlier. Well,
I had you on during the game. I heard a little bit of chatter.
Okay. So whatever.
I mean, I can't wait. I'm kind of I'm changing up my schedule this year a little bit. I feel like last year I was kind of in a rut a little bit. So
you were in the Glasscock.
I was spending too much time in the Glasscock. No, I really enjoyed my time in the glass. Did Lance tell you about where he told me stories till I fell asleep on the couch?
Yeah,
the Glasscock.
I was.
Tell me about that.
And we were holding hands.
I was like, I didn't want to interrupt Lance. He was telling me all these great stories, but I was so tired. I was just like trying to do one of these things, or like keep my eye open.
Let the record show I was the big spoon.
That's about to happen to me right now. So.
Yeah.
No, actually, that was really cool.
Just wanted to say hey.
We hung out
cool.
that night with your buddies, and also you gave me access to the candy. That was nice of you. The bag of M&Ms was was very kind of you to give that to me. So very good.
We go through a lot of candy there for some reason. People, it's like.
Well, people get tired and they need that little sugar pick me up. Just like. There you go. Just to kind of power through whatever next game that's going. Hey, just so you know, our tight ends coach is now our interim offensive coordinator, because nothing says.
Because your tight ends are doing such a fantastic job.
Nothing says we're gonna power through this like the tight ends coach being in charge of things. Oh God, I just.
Paul Tompkins says he could get BGG gaming hard. I don't know how to take that.
Well, he's going to be gaming hard.
He's going to be crotch pumping.
What are we going to play, Aldi? We got to play something.
I don't know. What do you want to?
I know you have tons of free time.
I was trying to think. I need. You know what? I should just make a list so I don't have to think about it.
Hey, have you played Yokohama?
You said you wanted to play. I want to play Secret Hitler.
Hey,
I will definitely be in that game.
Hey,
yeah, I'm in that game. You guys said. Yeah.
Scott, Lance is trying to do a commercial.
I'll play Secret Hitler too. But hey, have you played Yokohama yet?
I did. I brought it on the cruise. It was great.
Okay, yeah, I just assumed you'd played it. Just because it is awesome.
I really like it.
Amazing. Yokohama, coming from Municipal Games.
Yeah.
Hey, we didn't think anything
I
else.
think I sold like 10 copies on the cruise. Everybody who played it liked it.
Of Yokohama?
Yeah.
You had copies of Yokohama?
No,
To
I
sell?
didn't want to get it.
Oh,
No, I sold, virtually sold them, right? Like, everybody's like, "Oh, this game's great," because I brought it in my personal collection type thing.
The last 12 copies of Orleans Deluxe, like never to be remade again, Orleans Deluxe, will be for sale at BGGCon. Like, because we're never. Well, I don't say never. Never say never, right? Never say never. But
You
the
have
chance
no plans.
and making the deluxe version is just such a giant pain in the tuchus. So
Well, you've got the expansion coming out, right? Like, you don't need to reprint the deluxe.
you don't need it because the expansion is
has its own pieces.
It's tiles.
Is it standalone?
Yeah.
No.
So Anthony, what did you think of the expansion for? Anthony is gone, or is that
The expansion is just punchboard parts all day.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I mean,
bits.
it's not standalone, right?
No, it just
no.
It all the deluxeified bits are core components that don't come at all in the expansion.
And there's a second expansion which we picked up at Essen.
Yep.
Are you guys doing that, or have you announced it?
Oh yeah, we are. We haven't announced the date or anything, but we are doing it. Yeah.
I think it's great.
way to come in on there in the
Are you
end.
going to lobster trap, Anthony?
Yep. Next week.
When's that? Is that next weekend?
weekend?
Yeah. So lobster
Yeah.
trap and Sasquatch are next weekend.
I think Sasquatch is this weekend.
No, because this weekend's live, like Extra Life, and I'm pretty sure they're not conflicting with that.
I don't know, because
It's probably
last year they weren't the same weekend. They were week before.
Next year's Essen's going to be tight.
Sasquatch 2016.
Yeah.
No, that's the wrong
We're
thing.
gonna all be getting back from Edison like this week,
Oh,
next year.
that's gonna be rough.
Rough.
What are your game?
We just got our shipment in too. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have to like change it up a little bit. Gonna have to like.
Let's all feel sorry for poor Aldi. You know.
Oh.
Travels the world playing games. Oh.
I played 0 games in Germany.
Oh.
Oh.
My beers.
Zero. What's that, David?
How much beers did you drink?
I drank a few. Beer's cheaper. Beer's cheaper than water. So.
How many gummy bears did you eat?
Oh my gosh! So we brought back. The problem, the thing that sucks is we went to the Haribo factory. I think I already talked about this. We bought 100 euros worth of gummy bears, but we only brought back about 7 or 8 packs of them and shipped the rest. And I think it's not on the pallet, so I won't be able to share. So I mean, I'll have some to share, but not as many as I thought.
If only.
Why isn't it on the pallet?
Because you don't want to f with customs with weird.
He doesn't want his games get held because of freaking
like a package of gummy bears and hot mustard. You know, like it's.
Hey, your pallet is going to have my copy of Age of Thieves, right?
I don't know. No, it didn't ship pallets. I shipped individual boxes.
All right. Well,
I thought you already had some other mule get you Age of Thieves.
No, that
Don't
was
you
like
like-
my one. That was my one thing.
Didn't Tasty Minstrel go to Essen? They couldn't get you a copy.
We're there, but we weren't there to walk around. No, just long story short, no.
Oh.
Oh.
I will play Age of Thieves with you. Maybe we should
Oh.
play that. Maybe we should put that on the list.
Be a shame if the copy vanished from the. What? No, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, it'll get carried over or something. Who knows? Or it won't.
Isn't it getting picked up? Maybe not.
I don't know.
You know, we purged the library. I won't say purge. We skimmed the library of 800 titles, 800 games. So it might be.
Did you just throw them in the garbage, or what did you do?
No, put them in storage. It's really kind of amazing how many games don't ever see the light of day over here. You know, we got our 3 copies from last year, and didn't they didn't get picked up, or they
I
didn't
have
get
told you that repeatedly, that library of yours, it's cool to have all that stuff in there, but I mean, I would venture to say 60-70% of it doesn't even get touched.
Well, I know that. Yeah, I mean, I have the stats.
Well, so
But-
then don't bring it.
What do you do? What do you do? Like, where do you make the decision? How do you know which 300 games we brought back are not going to get played?
Well, are you talking about the new ones you just got from the thing?
Ones I just brought back. Yeah.
I would. I mean, I don't. I shouldn't tell you your business.
You got to give everybody a fair shake.
Well, okay, fine. The 300 you brought back, put those in there. I understand that. Yeah, totally.
Right.
But I mean,
but then the 300 from last year, they kind of go into the main library. You know what I mean? Like, it's this weird kind of shifting.
I don't know. I mean,
which pushes the older stuff out.
Those 600 games should be the only ones you actually even have access to in the library. Because honestly, I mean, if somebody's like, "Oh, I want to play Settlers," get out of here. You know, I mean, just go home and play Settlers.
Also, I'm
People that
glad
play
that
Settlers
Aubrey's
have
We're
running
gonna
it.
have 2,500 people and 600 games.
There's vendors there. You can buy stuff.
How about the guy that runs the good convention can just?
I want to bring more games. To be honest, I want to bring like 7,000 games.
Well, just so you can show off. Those 7,000
Oh.
games aren't going to get
No.
played.
Oh,
Maybe I'm just
I don't know,
mad.
how do you make that determination though? Like, if
Send me the list. I'll give you my determination. As long as you agree. As long as
If
you
you're
agree to
curating.
go. As long as you
Lance is
agree to
curating.
go by my decision, I will.
Dead of
I
Winter
will
would be
take the time.
out, Pandemic out.
Yes. I'm saving the world from shit.
The list would have freaking Yokohama,
Yeah.
Orleans
Every
Deluxe,
team would-
Orleans.
Urban
17
Sprawl, and that's
copies
it.
of Jab.
So we actually put Jab in the storage this year.
You son of a.
Someone
That's
actually
right.
tried to on the same biggest game list.
Are there any war games at BGG Con? That's what I want to know.
Are there any war games? Yeah, there's a Wargamer wing.
Is there?
Yeah. We actually stickered all the Napoleonic stuff. Couple guys from local group here took it and did all the hard work of stickering.
Nice.
No, there's a Wargame wing, like totally. They're in, it's like a big room, couple rooms.
Yep, I've seen it.
You ever played
We're
it?
thinking about doing a intro to wargaming session at Spring.
Really?
The Decision Games wants to run it. They may even be running it this year. I can't remember. I don't know if that's on the schedule. I've not looked at the schedule very closely. But that's kind of a fun thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
Often you don't even know where to start with that.
Like I said, send me the list.
I may just sit in a
I
corner.
know
and
what you're
just
saying,
roll.
Lance, but like it's some. Of course, I want the spectacle of the library, right? Like, what's different for BGG Con than every other convention? We have it, and we want you to play them. It's out there. I mean, we have like games that are worth several $100s.
So why would you put a game that's worth $700 so the mutants can like just?
Because that's what I like about the hobby is like I want to show people what there is to be,
I get that, but at some point, I mean, like I remember last year you getting slowly but surely more and more angry as you saw.
I do get
as you
angry.
saw.
I get. Oh yeah, no, there's no question. I get angry at people mistreating the games. When you just like sweep the game off into the table, into the box. Yeah, I get fucking mad. We ask people to treat the games as if they were your own, and of course, you would never do that with your own stuff. But every year, I find games like
I did it once with mine.
I did it with one
if
of
you're
mine
like,
too.
If you're busy or something, you're like, I'll clean it up. But you clean it up later. You go back to it.
No, I just hated the game and never wanted to touch it.
Oh, you're like,
So
I'm never playing this damn game again.
Yeah, my arm swept it and gave it away.
If one of the things that I wish, like, and I'm still mad, if I had a camera going when Scott Nicholson was at my house, we played this horrible game, and he did like as we fuddled through like a turn or two of this game, and he was just becoming more and more angry at how bad the game was. At some point, he did the table sweep, and it was like everybody at the table was just laughing their ass off. He was just like, he was like, "Well, that's enough of this," and he just starts sweeping the game, and it was just like, and he was just, and then because of course it wasn't really done well, so he was just jamming the stuff in there, and the box is bending and everything, and he's like, "Oh, don't forget the baggies." He grabs like the handful of baggies they get, he's like jamming them in. He's like just putting the box down. I get to see everything bowing and breaking.
So your story's a little bit ironic, Lance, because the game I arm swept and gave away was designed by Scott Nicholson.
Oh, look at you.
No, I'm not even kidding. I hated Going Gone that much.
Well, you didn't know. You would have liked it. How you would have liked it more
If
you played better.
No, if it didn't get ruined by the fact that a cup got knocked over in the middle of the game by all that stupidity. And I'm like, nope, I hate this game. Done. Arm swept it.
I don't think we're doing the intro to war games.
I played a game so bad at a convention that I just wanted to leave it there. Like someone had bought it.
I've done that. I've left games at conventions.
Somebody bought the game and we were playing what it was, and we were playing it. It was so bad. I was like, just leave it on the table. Someone will come and take it.
Yeah, I just put a take me on here free. I've done that.
What game?
So I don't see any of you guys on the panel of podcasters.
We weren't invited.
Nobody asked.
Yeah,
because you've all listened to them virtually. Now you're a chance to see them. I mean, if someone arranged this, see them in person, have a Q&A session with them. Come see.
I didn't even know there was such
Who are they?
On board games, The Cubists, Rolling Dice and Taking Names, Board Game Breakfast, and others, it says.
Oh, all dice towers.
We weren't invited.
Are those all Dice Tower stuff?
Yep.
No, are they?
Well, Cubist isn't, but Bill used to be part of the network.
I'm sure our invite is in the mail.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the email?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just like
I have a feeling our 12 viewers are outraged.
Well, that's definitely my impression of that is like, who cares? But it's like.
But you're not the target for these things, Lance. We already know that. Actually, I don't see.
Kevin, are you on that list?
The panel. Oh, yeah, I see it.
You up at 80s Rockstar panel.
I'm sure if you wrote to whoever's organizing it, then you could get on it. If you wanted to.
But we don't know who's organizing it.
Oh, but here's the deal. Here's the deal with that. Is that, like John Gilmore, perfect example. Ran into him at Gen Con last year. And I'm not trying to fan flames here or anything like that. I'm not trying to, be a jerk or anything. Ran into him at Gen Con, walked up. John's always just one of the nicest guys in the world. Sit down, I'm talking to him. Hey, what's going on? And then I kind of looked over and I looked at his badge and he just had his badge on, just and it had his name and everything like that. And I just kind of looked. I was like, "Aren't you here with?" You got a game releasing at Gen Con. Aren't you here with? Aren't you with Plaid Hat? And he's like, "No, I just came myself." And I just said to him, "It's like, well, yeah, but if you asked them, they probably would have, given you." He's like, "Well, yeah,
maybe.
but he's just like, but they didn't offer, and I didn't want to ask, So it's just like I was like, oh, all right. And that's
sometimes you have to be a squeaky wheel, and sometimes in those situations, because there's so much work to go into planning to go to convention, and if you don't, there's plenty of details that slip through.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they did something on purpose to hurt John or anything like that, but that was just one of those things where it's like, Dead of Winter is just making them hand over fist money as far as publishing goes. It's like, why wouldn't you're releasing the second part of the game. The standalone expansion. Why wouldn't you? At some point, it just feels like, acknowledge him, or you drop the ball on it, kind of thing.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
Mr. Berghatzmeyer, look at this. It's like people are coming out of the woodwork here.
Better late than never, right?
Well,
it's the World Series, man. Everybody had to watch it.
Nah.
See, you got your Conan. One of my friends down the street got his Conan. I don't have mine. What the heck?
I have my Conan.
Conan.
Don't they know who you are?
Here's the thing. I was going to put it in the library, so if it's not here by next week.
That's actually the original prototype that Barry Dublé received, and
nice.
he did a Kickstarter
And after he did his video for it, so he sent me his prototype because he's got the big Kickstarter. So I just got it yesterday.
Right.
Mine's over there somewhere.
Did they put minis into the prototype, or what did they do?
Yeah, most everything's in there, just not a lot of the extras.
Okay.
I did, like I said,
I'm sure they'll send it.
The people or whatever for same company who's doing Mythic Battles Pantheon. I had an interview with them today. Man, the miniatures in that game look amazing, and they're huge. They're just, I mean, they're huge. That is a no-brainer. Back it for the $99.
So what kind of game is it? Is it like a fighting game? Is it a?
It's a skirmish game. It is a campaign game. It is a scenario game. It's however you want. There's like going to be over 50 scenarios in it, including co-op scenarios that you can play. Where you'll fight
or against another person.
Against the environment of the game. So and then like the skirmish is like you will purchase different units. You'll have a certain number of points, and so like you'll take your god, and like Athena will be like 5 points, and then if you take Leonidas, he's like 3 points, and so Atlas the Titan is like 8 points or whatever, and so you'll build up your team, and you draft your team, and anybody can work with anybody. It isn't like separated by factions or anything like that. So you can have just like
customize it.
Yeah, one of the favorite things I always used to love about HeroClix back when I played a lot of DC HeroClix with a buddy of mine was that you could we played it with just having anybody you wanted on the team. So you had teams with like Golden Age Flash, Doomsday, and Nightwing, just like for whatever reason they were teamed up, because they just the points worked out that way. But Mythic Battles Pantheon, that is.
Is that from the Conan?
Yep,
yeah,
the same people.
These are all the miniatures.
Nice.
Plus
I love those little shrink bubble cases or whatever they put those things in.
You're a shrink bubble case.
What are those things called?
That would be an insert.
A tray? Yeah.
This thing's pretty cool.
Yeah, that snake mini is awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go.
So I got my Mechs versus Minions.
Yeah, and
that thing is just ridiculous. Like the quality of the box and the insert and the pieces and
best game insert
I don't know if the game
from a publisher ever, right?
It is. It really is.
I mean, just the details in the insert.
They must have spent 2 months making that insert, working on it.
Yeah. Well, did you hear the story that they partnered with Game Trays to do that? And so they had Game Trays help design it. Yeah. And they said, have you ever done a game before it was released? They're like, no, but they're like, you wanna? And they're like, all right, we can try. And I mean, and just little touches in that tray. You've got the embossing on the covers with patterns and art basically in that clear plastic bubble.
Back up. They did the trays for that game New Salem for the Kickstarter
ahead of time.
Yep, because the Kickstarter people got the tray in the box, or it was an additional add-on, but they did it before the game came out.
I'm just repeating what the publisher said.
The publisher was wrong. Well, they may have asked them before they actually did the.
Yeah, they may have been working on it way before that, so. Because they've done a lot of work, but just little things like
we opened it up. So who did Fireteam Zero is in my game group. I don't know if you guys know that game.
Yep.
Which has got uber minis, right? And he was just his jaw just like dropped, and he's like, "Oh, I'm so jealous." He was looking at all and
it's a genius design.
Amazing. It's like your jaw it's just breathtaking.
Well, you've got how many different positions that the minions are in, but the little cubbies they fit in are all the same shape, and they'll hold all of them, no matter which way they're standing. That is just cool as hell.
Yeah, it's really neat.
And you got the tilt for the metal pieces and all that. So, it just the insert is brilliantly designed. It's Probably the best designed insert I've seen for to come in a box for sure.
Well, in the price point, like
yeah, the price point though.
$5 shipping and just they they took a bath on the shipping.
Yeah, but
Shipping is crazy.
they cheated. They can afford to do that. You
Yeah,
can't expect
it's a lot,
anybody
you
else
know.
to do it.
It's neat.
But I've only played the tutorial, so I need to play. I'm going to actually play the game Saturday. So.
Well, there you go.
So we got an Ultimate Geek sponsor today, and I don't know if I can say what it is yet, but it's pretty freaking cool.
It's Cardboard Jungle Podcast.
Can you type it into the chat, and then we can see it, and we can go, ooh.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if it'll raise your guys' eyebrows, but it raised mine.
Hold on. Let's see. Playboy.com. What the hell?
No, that's cool.
Playboy.com is cool.
Oh, that's a shock.
Scott Milton Bradley is not a real person.
Yeah.
You guys know what that means, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I know what it means. And
Don't say it, Lance. You'll spoil shit. You
Just
Don't say anything.
We'll just say, put it in the category.
Guys, it was like it was told to me today.
Here,
in a text.
let me show my excitement over that.
I know, Lance is stop. Come on. Don't
I
spoil
thought
it.
I was the negative one, Lance.
Hey, all I know is, without giving it away who it is, if you are going, pack a bigger suitcase. Bring a bigger suitcase.
Bring a big suitcase.
Oh, and here's my comment on that. Stunning that they have that many copies of that lying around.
Oh,
because
stop.
the game's so good.
Stop it, Lance. Now you're giving it away.
Just like
The game is. Whatever. I'm not saying. I like the game.
Is it 1,500 of the same one, or is
No.
it 500 of 3 different ones?
No, what? It's 15. Shush. It's different ones. They're different.
just like your poop can come in 3 different varieties, so can this game.
Oh, it was not. We can't talk about it.
When did I eat candy corn?
I don't know. They probably want me to announce this, but I don't know. I don't know that exactly. I'll announce it next week.
You know what, man? There's a lot of people that like it. Good for them, but
I have
It's free.
It's a nice.
Yeah.
It's a very generous giveaway. It's
1,500 copies of Jab.
yes, 100 jabs.
News shrink.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that is that, and I think it's awesome that they're donating that to you, and that. No, I think it's because I have always said that just because I review games or talk about games or do anything like that, my opinion about a game bears no more weight than anybody else's. Everybody's opinion is equal in whatever. And, for that game in question, obviously I'm in the minority as far as my opinion of it. So, there are a lot of people that are huge fans of it, and I think it's great that people are, and obviously the vast majority of people seem to really like it. So for people that haven't discovered it and then will discover it and have a great time with it, and people that have it and we're able to get another expansion for it or whatever, I think that's great too. So, and it's cool that they stepped up to do that. However, and I'll say this, and I say this out of love.
True love
True love
has brought us together.
If they could have sold those copies for money, I'm guessing they would have.
Fucking Lance. Just
Of course.
serious. Fucking always got a big grin on his face and a smile, and Lance just pulls his dick out and pisses in his face. What the fuck, Lance?
I just nobody, as they say, nobody finds Jesus Christ on prom night. It's only when you painted yourself into a corner and you can't escape. Well, what's the best way we can get rid of this content that won't move? We can donate it and use a tax write-off. Done. Do it.
Well, you do know that most companies try to maximize all of their tax write-offs every year, right? I mean, they look for these opportunities. You do understand.
David, you're ruining my fun. So if you're gonna bring logic and understanding,
Logic is not allowed here in the Alaboom.
if you're gonna bring logic and understanding for the desired purpose of ruining my fun, then you can walk.
We don't need facts and statistics here.
Yeah. So
we need conjecture and hearsay.
Copies of Salem. Yep, it was 1,500 copies of Salem.
I need strange conjecture and rampant and quick rushes to judgment. I think that's what we need more of.
Right, Hillary.
Oh, we're not getting political.
Lance, we still have our bet, right? We still have our bet. Guess we'll know next Wednesday.
What was our bet again? I forgot.
$20 American. I said Hillary would not win the election. You said she would.
Oh, yeah, she will.
But I didn't say Trump would win.
No doubt in my mind.
It's going to be absolutely huge.
Hey, look at these. I got this in the mail today. Look at these cute little Pathfinder books.
Those are awesome.
Oh my god, those are awesome.
Look at these
soft
little
cover?
guys. Yeah, they're soft
Are they
cover.
soft cover?
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, and they're the.
Did they send them written in crayon for you?
and it's the full book. It's like, but
That's
they're
pretty cool.
And like here's like here, I'll just turn to a page in the bestiary here
Did
for like.
Did they do what's that first set of adventures they did?
Not yet. But I mean, I was like, what a
The Rise of the Rune Lords.
they did
that
not.
Rise of the Rune Lords book is like 3 inches thick.
Yeah, and I also
Hardcover.
got here. Let me reach over here. I got a couple other
PS4.
cool RPG things recently.
Do you prefer them soft or do you prefer them hard?
Long and soft.
Your friend who you wrote an email for me to talk about that, to get that RPG. He never wrote me.
Yeah.
Pocket
What a
edition.
jerk.
Yeah.
So here's
$19
Crimson
at
Things.
Amazon.
This is a redo of the Swords and Wizardry rules for a more Conan-esque world, which I'm really excited to read about. I think that'll be cool. And then you mentioned Rise of the Rune Lords, so here's the new one, The Curse of the Crimson Throne. That's
nice. So hardcover. That's like 2 and 3 inches thick, right?
Yeah, it's huge. So
But my question was serious. Do you prefer the hardcover books or do you like the soft cover ones?
well, I always go for hardcover, and I know it's stupid to do that because it makes it like the books just get super heavy and just what have you. I did get my Fantasy Age Bestiary too, which I was pretty excited about. This Fantasy Age is a really good system. I'd suggest anybody to check that out.
Do you have this one? You have this one? Check it out.
I got that one.
This one?
Yeah, that Ultimate Traps. Yeah, I got my RPG books are all over here.
Huh.
I would suggest this, however, that do not get Fantasy Craft. That is a horrible RPG system. It is ultimate super fantasy. It's like you can play a dragon if you want to. It's like as far as your race, you can it's over the top. I'm sure there's people out there that love the idea of it. Here, this I don't know if I'll ever be able to do this. I want to show this off, and I had to and this is super expensive, but this is
Ragged.
no, I had to pay for this. This is without a doubt. This is the biggest adventure that isn't just the world's largest dungeon big. This is the Slumbering Czar, which is this is the Pathfinder version. It's only in Pathfinder actually, which makes me upset. This is from Frog God Games. Okay, so check out how thick this is.
What? That's crazy. It's like an encyclopedia.
It is, and how many pages is this? It is.
Didn't you ever play these big sprawling?
950 pages, and it is designed to take your Pathfinder characters from level 3 to level 20 and beyond. And it is basically this whole thing. It's an overland area that basically has been completely blighted by an evil god, an evil demon god. And then you're going there, and you're actually going into this giant dungeon, this ancient, the slumbering city that has sunk into the ground. And you're trying to determine exactly what happened, when it happened, and how to take care of it. It is, it's just absolutely huge.
What's the price tag on that sucker, if you don't mind?
Every once in a while they'll have a coupon for like 25% off anything because the only place you can get it. Occasionally, Paizo has copies, and so if you have any coupons with Paizo, you can get it. But $150, and this is as they do not make shitty books. These are like textbook quality books. As far as the binding goes and everything like that, you are never going to have this book break on you or anything like that. You don't have any of the weird.
Show some of the internals of it.
Oh well, just like
Hey Keith, man, we'll see you soon, man.
Just the artwork is amazing in it. It's very, very old school. As far as
look at that text.
Yeah, I mean it's not for the it's not for the faint-hearted. I mean it's absolutely huge, and it's well developed, well designed. The guy who wrote it, Greg A. Vaughn, might be the best guy to make these things. I mean, the map pages are huge, and
they're huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Now, will I ever
believe me when I tell you it's huge? Believe me, it's huge.
Will I ever be able to run this? I have no idea. But I've read the whole thing, and I've definitely used a lot of the ideas and things from it to.
Is this the one that was Kickstarter? This is not the same company that kickstarted that thing that we talked about.
No, this is a different thing.
So you tried, where you wrote the email for me on my behalf.
Yeah, and I did.
Is it a different company?
Yeah, no. This is Frog God Games. They're the guy who runs it's a super, super, super nice guy, and one of the original progenitors of the like weird campaign worlds and stuff like that. But they don't ever go easy with any of their designs or their work. It's always just completely over the top as far as the production quality and what have you. Yeah, but no, stay away from Fantasy Craft. That is not a good system. I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there's somebody out there who absolutely loves it, but yeah, my opinion, that was pretty garbage. But
did you guys get Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle box?
I didn't back it. I was like, when I saw it, I was just like, I gotten burned on so many IDW games as far as them being garbage. Yeah, I didn't back it, and the thing is that I don't want to be. I mean, I'm sure Kevin Wilson never goes out he's one of my designer gurus, but man, it just seems like everything that IDW touches, they just somehow ruin it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
The initial reviews look pretty good for this. Good buzz.
And I hope it is. And then I can be mad that I didn't back it, and maybe I should have, but I don't know. What do you do? Meh. All right. Well, I think we're wearing down. You guys revitalized us for a few minutes. If we don't stop now, then there's a chance Richard Ham will wake up, and then I'll be up until 6 a.m. doing this. So that's never a good idea. So
the winners first. I decided how to do it.
Kevin, you coming to be the DCOM?
Oh yeah, baby.
Cool.
Super excited.
Film an episode, Kevin.
What's that?
Film an episode.
Say it again.
We should
film an episode. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
Kevin, did you see you saw my picture as I dressed up outside for Halloween
Yeah.
to scare the children?
That was a crazy, scary
Did you
picture.
have a video camera recording?
I wish I had. I wish I
put
had.
a Nest cam or something to capture the.
I wish I had. because that would have been good. I mean, the little girl, because like the way that my house is set up, like people would come in. I'm in a dog bone cul-de-sac, so people would come in, and like and you know how everybody almost always like weirdly they come in, they're kind of keeping to the left, so they would come and I could see them showing up. Very few people went to the right, basically because on our side, pretty much everybody had their lights on and was giving away candy, but on the other side there was only a couple of houses that were giving away candy, so everybody would just come down. So they would go. And like I'd watch them showing up, and I had the mask on and everything, and I was just sitting there. You know, I was sitting there. It was funny. I was listening to the Vikings game, listening to them lose in my ear, and then just sitting there. And like I had the hood up and everything like that. Had the mask on, and you know, and I just kind of sat there.
Well, it's like you had this bowl of goodies down on the bottom step.
Well,
that
that's
they
just
had
it.
to come and bow down as they get their head chopped off by this big thing standing.
Oh my god,
there.
that would have scared the shit out of me if I was trick or treating in your house.
So
Like, I remember stuff as a kid that was way less scary, and still I remember how scary it was.
So I just kind of sat there, and but when they got to the house next door to me and got their candy, they'd come down and they'd see me, and they'd be like looking, they'd be like talking, and then they'd kind of see me, and then they'd start like this slow, like they were running. And then they would start kind of weirdly slowing down, and then there was always, and like, if they were really young, like their parents would say, "Go ahead, it's okay," because they knew it was fine, right? And they wanted to see how the kids would react. If they were like just kids together, they would sit there and they'd talk about who should go up there to get the candy and stuff like that, or they'd say, and like they'd have like weird things like, "Is he like really there? Or is that just a prop?" And they were like trying to decide. And sometimes like I wouldn't move at all. I'd let the kids come and get the candy, and they walk away, and then pretend. So then the next few people would like be under the impression that, you know, oh, it is just a prop. And as soon as I got close, I was like, "How's it going?" You know, just like, you know, I wouldn't like raise the machete or anything. I didn't want to like be too bad. But the one kid, the one little girl who must have gone left, and so she came around the corner of my house, so she had no idea I was there. So she's like laughing and she's talking and she's looking in her candy bag, and she comes around the corner, she takes 3 steps, she looks up, and she just stopped right in her tracks. Nope. She just stopped. Mama. She was like 8 or 9 years old, and she just said, "Nope." And she just turned around and walked away. I was just like, and I even said, "No, you can have some candy." I was like, but no, she was having none of it. She was just like, "I'm out of here." So it's amazing what an old pair of coveralls and a $3 bottle of fake blood, you know, can do. So
was it? And I assume a fake machete.
Yeah, it was actually the official Rick Grimes machete or something.
Rick Grimes machete, not the Texas Chainsaw Massacre machete.
What was the mask that you had on?
It was an airsoft mask. Airsoft mask, just for playing airsoft. And it was just just a spooky airsoft mask that I found on Amazon for like $15. I was just like, all right, then just wore a hooded sweatshirt and yeah, just
my costume from last year where I made several kids cry.
With that giant face?
That giant baby mask. I could not find it. I don't know where I put it.
That was like the spookiest, most evil thing
ever.
It's
so spooky. Like if you turn around and see that and someone's wearing it, it really like fucking creeps you out. Like Michelle put it on a few times and she would like come into my office and I'm like, "Oh, what?" It's just so disturbing.
Hey, you guys,
I scared the little kids were crying. I immediately took it off and I was trying to like calm the situation.
You want to hear a really, really fun Halloween story?
No.
No, I don't either. So, okay, we're out in North Dakota, out in Regent, North Dakota.
In God's country.
Yeah, exactly. We're out pheasant hunting, and it's over Halloween, and we go to the Cannonball Saloon, okay? My dad is there. The Cannonball, okay. Well, there's a backstory, so you'll get what happened. My dad's kind of embarrassed about this, but he was the mayor of Regent, North Dakota. He was really instrumental in the whole Enchanted Highway thing. So anyway, he's there, and there was this company in town, a bunch of telemarketers that were crooks, okay? Well, my dad is John Wayne, okay? Now listen here, Pilgrim. I mean that's my dad, you know. Got a touch of the hangover. I wouldn't push it. And so he doesn't take a lot of crap. Well, these guys were crooks, and he told them in no certain terms, get out of town. Well, they came in there with these 3 big biker guys into the bar to cause problems, and he said, "Yeah, Berkey, we're going to take you down." And they were very menacing, and they were harassing the lady bartender. It looked like it was going to get really bad. Well, Dad picked up a pool cue, smashed it across the one guy's head, took a chair and smashed it against the other guy, picked him up by the seat of the pants, and threw him out the door. No, my dad's like 65 years old, okay? But these guys were threatening them, and it was a scary thing for the people. These are
they probably were just asking for directions, and your dad just
yeah. Well, that's what you do. Yeah. So anyway, they all get thrown in the hoosegow. It makes national news, and Dad's really embarrassed by it because he's a good guy. He gets exonerated. It's all fine, but it's mayor of Regent gets thrown in jail. Blah blah blah. Okay. Well, this bar scene. We come up there for hunting, and we've got all these masks on. Now, people don't know who I am, but we've got this Ronald Reagan mask, and I've got a leisure suit on, and it's this plastic mask. And Dad is this old cowboy with this old mask on, and I'm running around just hobnobbing with people. And, well, Nancy just says no. and I ended up winning the whole thing. Yeah, I won a couple cases of beer and a 5th of whiskey. So it was a lot of fun. But what we ended up doing is I started going in with Dad and Nancy was the name of the bartender lady. She's an older gal. And I started picking a mock fight with my dad. Well, this wasn't that long after all that happened. And so she was really freaked out and didn't know who I was. And so we had quite a little fun time with that whole thing.
So which one did your father break a pool cue over your head in your costume?
He didn't do that because he loves me.
Oh. Okay.
He's a kinder and well, there you go again.
Isn't that like kill a guy? Like you break a pool cue over somebody's head? It's like,
well, you could theoretically. I mean, it could have. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe.
I guess if it's just the thin end, it wouldn't do too much damage. Like right on the end. But the thicker end.
It was the things that legends are told of, stories were told, and songs were sung.
How old is your dad now?
He's like 71 now.
Oh yeah. Is he still hitting people over the head with pool cues?
No, that's not his nature. But this was a pretty serious, threatening situation. These guys came in there to do him harm because he was telling them to get out of town. These were not nice people. But he knew it was going to get bad real quick, and if he didn't react, it was going to be a problem. So he did. He's embarrassed by it, but that's the way it was. He got totally exonerated. Everybody there knew what was going on. So, but yeah, that was quite a little small town story.
I don't think I've ever been to Regent, North Dakota, though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my stepfather has. He's been pretty much everywhere in the state. So, but
yeah, it's all of 200 people.
So, what's the voter turnout for mayor for that one?
250. Yeah, you bus them in.
Vote early.
Yeah, I'm a Minnesota resident, but I go in there and sign up, right?
Well, you should. I mean, support your dad. It's the absolute least you could do.
This was a while ago. In fact, he probably was only about maybe 60 years old at that time, because it's probably been 10, 11 years ago now.
Well, I hope I get to meet your dad. I'd like to meet him. He sounds like
he's awesome. He's awesome.
He sounds like a pretty cool dude. But all right, it is almost 1:00 my time, which means it's super late for the rest of you if you're not in my time. Well, Kevin's in my time though. Kevin, when do you fly out?
Tuesday, the 15th.
Okay, I also fly out Tuesday the 15th. Now this is the fun. This is now we get to see if we're on the same flight again, which is always cool when you're on the same flight as me.
Yeah,
So
I'm on United.
okay, you're on United. Hold on, let me pull up my.
6:05 a.m.
Would you let me just pull up my thing? You're ruining it already.
Oh, your show, your groove thing.
6:05 a.m.
Yeah, that's early. God. I'll get in at about 11.
So, one of my friends from LA is coming out last minute, and the ticket price was $150.
Ooh.
I've never seen a plane ticket that cheap.
What the? Where's my travel information?
Oh, Lance ain't going. Machine.
No, because I just recently took care of it, but now I don't see it anywhere. Hold on.
It's been canceled.
Oh, dang it. We're not going on the same flight.
Oh, man. Should coordinate. Why don't you have your people go
to the airport at like 4 a.m.?
No, you get in 20 minutes, you know. It's
okay. I'm assuming it's not a very busy airport.
Yeah, I leave at 6:35 and I arrive at 9:28.
So go stand by and fly on his flight.
I have a connection in Denver. Who did you go on? Delta or
American? It's just a direct flight from Fargo straight to Dallas.
Crap.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet, man.
Dallas is American HUD.
That's like the best part about it is like it's like literally it's like you don't have to switch flights at all. There's none of that whole process of doing anything.
Oh.
Yeah, it's.
Yep. How far long is the flight?
I had air miles, so it went mostly free. So.
Well, aren't who's its face busting you in? Aren't you doing stuff?
Who's
for them?
Who?
Are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to be helping.
Who are you helping?
What? I'm going to be doing some stuff with Arcade Wonders, helping them out a little bit.
Well, yeah, but why? So they didn't fly you in?
No.
It's the board game industry, man.
I got it covered.
Yeah.
We are gonna have some fun stuff though. By the way, I know it's really late, but there's only a few days left on our huge Royal. It's a huge Royals contest. You can win every one of the Arcade Wonders games, over $600. I tell you, luxurious games.
What? I figured out today that I don't do a very bad Kermit impersonation today.
Ew.
My daughter asked me to do. She asked me to talk like Kermit, and I just said okay, and I did it, and like it was like wow, I can actually kind of talk like Kermit. So I was like, she was just
give us something.
Well, no, because I'll screw it up.
No, you don't do that and start it and stop.
Hold on, I'm going to mute myself and talk for a second so I can kind of.
Good grief! Now he's got to get into character. Here we go.
You lost it now.
There's your Miss Piggy. I just gave you an intro.
That was pretty good.
Hermie.
Still muted.
Look at him. Look at his mouth. Oh, he's so
I'm
happy.
Be able to do
now.
it. I've got performance anxiety. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Sing a little.
There you go.
That excuse is getting a little
Rainbow Connection.
Easy being green.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, just like it's like hello, Kermit the Frog here. She just wanted me to talk like Kermit, and I was just like, huh. So I talked like Kermit for like 20 minutes until they were driven crazy by it. My son was asking me questions it's like, do you like ice cream, Kermit? No, I'd rather have flies. He liked it. He's 5.
I liked it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're all jerks.
I thought it was
Back
great.
with you and your.
I
bet you did. I bet you did.
Don't quit your day job though. Wait, you did quit your day job. You're living the dream.
I am living the dream.
Yeah. Are you stuck in the Tasty Metro booth all day?
I don't know what my priorities really are.
You have like the best board gaming job ever. You really do. You do.
I mean,
it's so crazy.
It is pretty awesome. But there's stuff I do too. I work pretty much from the moment I wake up after I drop off the kids. But it's just no, it's weird. It's like I got a lot of. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people there, and the thing is that we're not really bringing a lot of stuff to sell because like BGGCon has never really been a big sales thing for us. So we're gonna like just kind of. Oh, since I got you on, Scott, could you let me know what games of ours you need we have that are new that you need for the library? Did you get copies of
this before?
Did you get a copy of Oracle at Essen?
I don't know. Let me look.
Okay, well, just basically you have.
Let's do it later. Tell me.
I know. I know you have Ponzi.
I don't have Ponzi. I do not. That was
you
not
don't
my
have
copy.
Ponzi? Okay, well then I'll have a copy of Ponzi for the library. If you need Oracle, I've got a copy of that, and if you need a copy of Ars Alchemia, I'll have that. So, we will have.
I don't think I've got any of those. I don't know about Oracle because they did demo it from Pegasus.
No. So
but,
I'll have those things there, and also our reprint of At the Gates of Loyang will be at the. But it's been out of print for a while, so we're kind of excited about that.
Hey Aldi, I got a question for you too. This may be a simple little thing, but Arcane had already used up all of their badges for staff that they're having their ambassadors come, but I had already purchased a badge for myself. Is there any way to convert that to a exhibitor badge so that I can get in on Wednesday?
Send a message to bggcon@boardgamegeek.com. Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thanks, man.
Hey, while we got you there, buddy. Hey Aldi, is there any way that you could due to a screw up with somebody that I was counting on that was going to Essen, I did not get my my Age of Thieves game. So is there some way that you could like look into that for me at BGCon?
Oh, you're so killing me. Where's my review of what was that game last year?
Dojo Kun?
Dojo Kun.
We've talked about it several times here on the weekly Alaboom.
I know, but there was supposed to be a review.
That is a review. I reviewed it.
They never put that out in English, did they?
No, because the game's good for about 2 plays, and then you're done. Yeah. The game is it's a 2-shotter, and then you.
I had fun when we played it. There's the worker placement is like a weird made up reason to have a fairly interesting combat resolution like process, but. Man, yeah, that is. I think the paths of strategy are lacking.
Yeah, I mean, remember all those places on the board that's like, there's no reason you would ever go here.
You would ever do that, yeah.
Yeah,
you would always train. I mean, we didn't play it more than once, right? So.
Yeah, here's U.S. release date when. People are like, if you want my copy, I'll sell it to you. Yeah. Just supposedly, Cool Mini or not was going to reprint it, but who knows if they actually are? If Pete Shuri got on, we would ask him.
It needed some work. Needed
a lot of work, but
I mean, I like
the
idea. I had a really good idea.
The idea of training up your little stable of fighters and sending them off to like go and battle—that's a great idea. It's just the actual implementation of it was just. Like I said, the battle resolution process of being able to it's like, okay, so you attacked, so now I'm blocking, and I turn that block into attack.
The dice things were neat.
That was a really, really cool process, but yeah, the worker placement portion up to that point was fairly garbage. So, what do you do?
You go to bed.
Anyway.
Yeah, we go to bed. So, Scott, thank you for popping.
I'll miss you, Barry. Actually, I'm sorry you're not coming, man.
Oh, yeah. Notice how he's not saying that to me. He's not like, "Oh, I miss you."
Oh, Barry's not coming.
Yeah, whatever.
You're coming, Lance. I'll see you.
Yeah, I can't wait.
David, are you coming?
I am coming.
Are you coming for Academy?
David is actually officially a guest of Taste of Games at at the convention.
Awesome.
Oh, not Academy.
No, they gave away my badge.
Uva gave away your badge.
And to be fair, we had an extra exhibitor's badge, and David told me that that had happened, and I was just like, dude, we got an extra one. We'll take care of you. So, and David's like done a lot of video content for TMG, went above and beyond in many situations. So we were more than happy to do it for him. So,
Aww.
yeah. Well, there you go. So, Mr. Mendez.
Are you staying on site, David, or?
I have nowhere. I don't know where I'm staying yet. I'm still trying to figure all that out because this just all happened in the last.
In
few
a
days.
van down by the river.
Could be.
Polka dot van.
You know, if all else,
sure
if all else really failed, maybe we could find a cot or something. I mean, I don't want to speak for Keith, but you know, we got a 2-room suite or whatever. I'm in the height bed. I mean, I'll be the big spoon.
Okay. I lost 5 pounds, so I picked that
How many hours do you guys end up sleeping at the con? How many hours are you getting in? You were pretty late.
Last year I averaged about 5 hours a night.
Yeah, I think 5 or 6 is where I'm at.
I remember
I'm forcing myself to get up. I mean, I could sleep all day and stay up all night.
I still remember because every single time I go to a convention, I don't bother packing or don't do anything to get ready to go until literally 9 p.m. when my plane leaves in like 8 hours, and so I end up staying up all night long. So I flew in and I got there and I was looking for you and I couldn't find you anywhere, Aldi, and I was walking around.
Yeah, I show up casually late.
Yeah, and then I talked to a couple of your very, very, very nice helpers, and I was just kind of walking around waiting to see if I saw somebody that I knew, and then I saw this dude, and I saw this dude eating breakfast or whatever, and I was like, holy crap, where do I know that guy from? And I was gonna walk up and talk to him, but I was like, nah, he looks pissed. I'm just gonna leave him alone. So I didn't want to be like, hey, what's going on there, guy that maybe I saw a picture of on BGG, years ago, kind of thing. So then I wandered off again. And then I came walking back, and now here comes this guy, and he's all like, he's walking down these stairs, and he's looking even more pissed off, and he's got this cane, and I look, and oh, it was Barry. Yeah. Just like, I was so delirious with being tired that I didn't recognize that it was Barry sitting at the table.
You ran that damn airport.
It was just like, oh.
This was last year?
Yeah, last year. I was like, oh, hey, Barry. What's going on?
He looks different in real life.
He does look different in real life. He looks.
Yeah.
I want Barry to let his hair grow, and I want him to have a man bun. I want to have a big old samurai man bun right up here, just all twirled around. I think that would be hot.
You could pull that off too. Couldn't you? Your hair is long, isn't it?
Oh no, I could have but I mean just focused on Barry. So look at him. He's got the tough guy dark beard. And then, if you just
very luxurious,
very luxurious. So if you just let the gray hair kind of grow, and then just put it in a tough guy man bun right there. Start carrying a instead of walking around with your cane.
Top knot.
Yeah, instead of walking around with your cane, get a samurai sword long enough that you could use that as your cane and just walk around with that.
No. He needs one of those canes that the Chancellor used in Star Trek V.
Oh,
the undiscovered country, that great big one that Christopher Plummer had.
Yeah, with the big claw or whatever on the end. Yeah. Oh.
That was Star Trek 6.
6, not 5.
The
5.
The undiscovered.
Don't watch 5. That's the only Star.
I remember that sci-fi commercial where it's like there are 3 truths in life: death, taxes, and even-numbered Star Trek movies don't suck. I always loved it. I
liked 1.
Are you
kidding? I liked 1 too.
The lightning ball effect at the beginning of 1 is just I remember it, and the music at the beginning was so cool.
Come on, though, Wrath of Khan. I mean,
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it was awesome.
Wrath of Khan. I mean, I can watch Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, we watched 3. just channel flipping the other day. We couldn't turn it off. Lincoln and Nikki were here, and there's some stupid shit in that one.
Oh yeah, John Larroquette plays a Klingon in that movie.
Yes, he does.
He's the Klingon in the end.
John
Where he says,
see the one where
he says, you told me you'd kill me, and he
Yeah,
says,
you told me you'd kill me.
That's John Larroquette.
Of course.
No, I do like the thing where, and every time I think it didn't really happen that way, but when they're dangling off the edge of the cliff,
He kicks him.
Yeah.
I have had you.
They couldn't come up with anything better than that.
Yeah, it was just like I always think, no, he didn't really say
For
that.
that show. Like,
was
we need a really giant worm that he grabs and it tries to kill him, and he just strangles it, and it lasts about 5 seconds. Like they had those stupid worms. They had those stupid worms throughout the whole movie, right? You think, oh shit, those worms are going to do something. No, they don't do anything.
No, and the other, but like Star Trek 2, interesting note, Star Trek 2. First of all, Ricardo Montalban swore that like they said he must have had like a prop or something to show because he's all ripped.
Yeah, big sex.
He swore that was not makeup. That was his.
They had a special chest thing made up for him for that movie.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you worked on the film, so.
I didn't, but I know people who.
Barry, no, he swore that's what he did, but yeah, I was pretty sure it wasn't too. Just like Shatner's hair is his too.
From hell's heart, I stab at thee.
Yes, but no. During that movie, and David will know this for sure. Spock. No, I'm sorry. Kirk and Khan are never in the same spot. They always talk via screen. They never actually interact or are in the same room together. So the thing is that they never actually filmed their scenes together. They just had other people reading the lines off camera, and then they were reacting to it. So like the whole Kirk's, Shatner's all of his overacting and chewing the scenery and all those moments that he has.
What do you mean overacting? What are you saying?
That was him. That was just somebody reading off.
Wait, so you said
lines.
Kirk and
Khan and
Kirk when they were never in the same room.
They're never in the same room.
Okay. But were they ever in the same area in the movie? Weren't they just screens apart?
They're two ships, so they're always talking. I mean,
you saying they were never really there?
Yeah, I mean, but in the movie they never were on the same ship together fighting. They were
never.
Always,
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I love the scene in Wrath of Khan where he says, put it on screen. It's like on screen. And then he turns it in that moment of he's like, Khan. It's like, I can't help but be touched.
Now you're gonna have to make me watch that stupid movie.
Yeah, no. What are you talking about? Stupid.
Probably terrible.
That movie's so good.
It's the best.
Man. Have you guys seen the new Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not see the most recent movie that came out.
Yeah.
I liked it. I just got the
got
the 3D version of it. Yeah.
I liked it a lot too.
3D. You have a 3D TV?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, it must be nice, Mr. Moneybags.
Yes, of course. But I don't know if the new 4 HD or whatever it is.
4K.
Yeah, the 4K.
Do your
Save your money
parishioners
for
know that you're taking their offerings and using
Of course.
it? Okay, just wondering.
Take up a special offering for it. What are you talking about?
Must be nice not to have to pay taxes, Mr. Pastor Man.
Yes.
Separation of church and state and all that.
Keep your own day job.
That reminds me. So I just reminded me of a joke. So this guy's out golfing, right? And like he hits his ball into the rough, and he reaches down to pick up his ball, but he instead of grabbing his ball, he picks up this leprechaun. And the leprechaun, I'm not going to try to do a Scottish accent or anything like that. I'll just embarrass myself. But the leprechaun says, it's like, well, you caught me. It's like, it's like, I guess you can take my pot of gold, or I can give you 3 wishes. And the guy says, you know what? I don't need either of those things. I'm just looking for there's my golf ball. It's like, well, have a good day, little friend. Talk to you later. And so then the leprechaun is sitting there and he's looking at him and he's just like, Man, what a nice guy. You know, he's not greedy. He's not thinking of himself. He's a pretty decent dude. You know what? I'm going to give him 3 wishes anyway. So let me think here. So what do people want? You know, it's like, well, I mean, people want to be like people want wealth. They want to be able to feel like, you know, they don't have to worry about, you know, paying bills or anything like that. They want to feel comfort. So, you know, I'll give him a windfall. You know, not so much that he has to stop working, but just enough that, like, you know, he just feels comfort. So I'll give him a windfall. And then he's like thinking about it. He's like, well, he's a golfer, you know, so let's take a few shots off of his game, you know, so he can, you know, he likes that. And he sits there and he thinks about it. He's like, well, you know, every dude likes, you know, a little spice to his love life. So let's just go ahead and enhance his love life a little bit. You know, maybe he's, you know, got a little more action coming his way. So then he thinks about it. So then, like, the leprechaun goes his way. He does that for him. And so, like, a little bit later, like about a week or 2 later, the guy's out golfing again. The leprechaun sees him. He walks up to him and he's like, hey, buddy. And he's like, oh, hello there, my little friend. How you doing? He's like, not too bad. You mind if I just, you know, take a walk with you while you golf? He's like, yeah, that's fine. And so he's watching this guy and he's just powering, you know, like extra 20, 30 yards in each one of his drives. You know, his putts are like dead on. His chip shots are just, you know, sticking the green. And he just says, wow, you know, it's like your game's really improved, you know, and he's like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, I've been really feeling focused lately, you know, and you know what? I've had a lot of time. Maybe it's because I've had a lot of time to golf lately. He's like, well, why is that? He's like, well, turns out a great uncle I never even knew I had, he passed away, and he had, like, you know, I'm not going to say, you know, a ton of money, but he had a lot of money. You know, and I was his only, you know, beneficiary. And so, I mean, I had no idea. So, I mean, I've been able to, like, kind of cut back. I'm only working one job now, you know, so I've been able to just kind of relax a little bit. He's like, oh, okay, cool. So they kind of go on a little bit later, and he's like, so, you know, anything else in your life going a little better or anything like that? And he's like, no. He's like, but he kind of trails off, and he says, well, I mean, maybe your love life a little bit better. He's like, well, if you must know, yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, I've been getting lucky, like, you know, maybe, you know, once every 7 to 10 days lately. And the leprechaun just says, once every 7 to 10 days, that's not that great. He's like, well, it's pretty good when you're a priest in a small parish.
Oh. Not good.
Yeah. If I had an Irish accent, it would have been better, but I can't do accents. My daughter has a friend who is actually, like, from England, and so whenever she spends any time with her, then she tries to talk in a British accent for like a day, and it's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous.
Tell her to stop.
I do it. Like, please just stop. You're not British. Okay, I will. No. Just a total earworm, just going right in.
All right.
There you go.
Now it's 1:20 a.m.
Yes, it is 1:20 a.m.
We crapped another 20 minutes out.
Good for us.
See what I was doing tonight?
What were you doing?
Is that Pillars of the Earth? Playing
Do you
solo?
have the expansion?
No, but I almost scored one. I had an extra copy of the others, and some guy wanted to trade me for it. I didn't end up doing it, but
not to divert, but have you ever, like, seen, like, they basically have said that there's, like, because of all of the rights and everything with Pillars of the Earth, it's like that expansion will never get reprinted. I mean, they're just like, it's one of those weird
games
things.
Will never be made again. Someone had a cache of them though. There was a string of them that got sold on Amazon.
Yeah, there was like some
and shrink.
But they're going for a couple $100, right?
Just for the expansion, and that's some of those. The game's good. But the expansion really makes it. That's one of my few games that I have. I have that in the expansion, and I'll never get rid of it. It is the quintessential, in my opinion, perfect.
Holy Grail expansion.
Well, no, it's just the perfect introductory worker placement game, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a really good game.
Yeah, it's
that
not
was the first time we had played it with my daughters. I was just in Alec tonight, and that's why I got here late. but they loved it. It was the first play, but they all loved it.
I always try to be the sand merchant.
$175. What the heck?
Because it adds the extra board, and then it adds
For 5 players.
5 players, and it also adds a wrinkle to the turn structure. And there's other things that you can do with that added board. There's like some extra things that you can pull off, and yeah, I don't know. It's just a really good game. It's really well balanced. I mean, and I think that other one they did, that End of the World one,
I've got that. It's World Without End.
World Without End. I think that's the better game.
Yeah, that's cool. The way that top piece rotates.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
but you don't ever hear that talked about.
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Cult of the New, and the game's not available anymore, right? So.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things too. But
Lost in the time.
Yep, that and probably my Axis and Allies, whatever it is, 50th anniversary or 25th anniversary, are the two my two relics.
That was a good one.
Well, it added Italy as a country, so you had equal numbers. Finally, you had 3 on each side, and then it added destroyers, and it also was just an over the top good production value with it, and the fact that they've never reprinted it ever since. They've hinted at it, and it was a steal. It was like $100 for it at the time, which was like $100 for a game.
Right.
Holy cow!
Yeah. I think it was one of those early broach the $100 barrier, right, kind of games.
Well, and if you look at it, like the minis for it, I mean, they're still kind of not the best minis, but like each tank was different looking. So it was like things like that, just little tiny touches that actually made the game better, just because of it made it distinct. I mean, ultimately it was still Axis and Allies, and it was still,
When did that come out? 85 or something?
Well, Axis and Allies came out way back in when I was in.
I have all of them from high school. I've got Axis and Allies, Fortress America, Conquest of the Empire, Shogun with the real swords.
Yeah, that Shogun's the awesome game. Not that Samurai Swords garbage, not that Ikuga or whatever.
Yoga.
But no, 2008 was the anniversary edition, and it is.
1981.
Yeah, it is. That's my.
It's a gigantic box, right? Like the boxes.
Well, yeah, it was just huge, and the whole thing, and and they always, every once in a while, like there's a forum thread that says reprint, and nope, just like it's just unfortunately just we'll never see the light of day, which sucks because I mean, I used to think that it was, it's like, I have that game and you don't, kind of thing, like we're all happy, because you have it, and like, but that just sucks. I mean, I know, it's like when you really want a game and like the possibility of you getting a hold of a copy is like zero. I think that just stinks. It just stinks out loud.
If you want to spend the money.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously
everything's gettable, even Vikingated. Actually, I thought I saw a copy at Essen, and I was like, but it was a different game. So I was going to get it for it, but it was not the game.
Well, you must. That must have been why you forgot to give me that Age of Thieves game.
Had my eye out for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That does mean a lot to me. So thank you, even though it didn't happen. But you see that Terraforming Mars is out of print already.
There's too many games with the word Viking in the title.
Yeah.
Is it out of print? No, it's just out of stock.
Well, out of stock. Yeah, they're in between print runs. I mean, it's like it went over that hardcore.
It's a good game.
Well, I mean, it's good, but it's not like knock over your own mother to get a copy good. I mean,
everywhere on social media, I'm seeing that game.
Pretty good game. I quite enjoy it.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever played a Stronghold game, to be honest with you.
Wow.
I have.
It's pretty good.
Played it.
All right, this is stupid. We were going to be done talking a long time ago.
It's at the top of the hotness again, too.
Yeah, so, all right. Well, thank you, everyone, for taking the time to listen, and thank you for taking the time to listen after the fact if you're doing that. Hopefully next week we can get Kevin and Scott in for for the initials next week.
Oh my god, I would do so terrible at that.
Well,
I
yeah,
was
but
playing along. It's like
were you listening at all to it at all, Kevin?
up to where the
No, I was playing. I was playing games.
All right. Well, I mean, because I think you would have gotten a few of these.
Were they Star Trek related or?
Well, no, but I
They were
mean,
just initials. Like, what was the initials?
SJ.
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 So like here's like one of them was is 67 years old. Was an usher at Martin Luther King Jr.'s funeral.
Samuel Jackson.
There you go. See, you would have been great at this.
See, there you go. Send me a prize.
3D Blu-ray coming your way.
Yeah. There you go. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for being on. And I think everyone here but Barry is going to be GGCon. So
Yes.
Gonna miss you, Barry.
I miss him already.
The kicker is they pushed the surgery up to the first week of December.
What?
Yeah.
You could have come.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna be traveling over Thanksgiving and all that anyway. So.
All right, brother. Well, you take care. Thanks, everybody.
We'll post the winners of the contest tomorrow on the Facebook page.
Sounds good, buddy.
All right.
Good knowledge.